Hello, and welcome back to Nicki Cozy Stories. I'm Nicki. Tonight, I've gathered some of our favorite cozy stories into one long, seamless journey. For the next 4.5 hours, we'll wander through ancient kingdoms and quiet gardens together. There are no loud interruptions here, just the soft rhythm of a story told for your rest. So find your most comfortable space, let the world outside fade away, and settle in. Our first story is Beauty and the Beast. It's time for us to begin. Hello, dear dreamer. You have done enough today. Let your breath slow. Let your body soften. Nothing is required of you now. This is a story of forests and firelight, of truth that does not need to shout, and of a wildness that has been keeping watch for far too long. So inhale the day and exhale the weight of it. Let us begin. Long before the road narrowed and the trees began to lean toward one another as if sharing secrets, there stood a house that had once been known for its light. It was not large in the way palaces are large, nor grand in the way halls of power announce themselves, but it had windows that welcomed the sun and doors that had known many hands. In earlier years, music had drifted from those windows, and voices, some young, some weary, some full of plans, had carried easily into the surrounding fields. Those years had passed. The house remained, but it had grown quieter, its laughter more deliberate, as if chosen rather than spilled. Where fine rugs once softened the floors, there were now worn boards, polished by careful steps. Where servants once moved with practiced ease, there were only the daughter's hands, steady, capable, and uncomplaining. And still there was laughter. This was not because the family had forgotten what they had lost. They knew it well. Loss had a way of announcing itself each morning, in the sparseness of the table, in the careful mending of clothes, in the father's long silences by the fire. But the youngest daughter, Belle, refused to let sorrow decide the shape of her days. She rose early, often before the sun had fully shaken itself awake, and greeted the morning as if it were an old friend who might, at any moment, offer something unexpected. She sang while she worked, not loudly, not to perform, but softly, as one does when speaking to oneself. She found beauty where others passed without looking, in the frost on the window panes, in the way the wind moved through the tall grass, and the persistence of wildflowers that grew at the edge of the fields, bright and stubborn. Her joy was not careless, it was chosen. Belle understood their circumstances. She knew why the cupboards were thin and why her father's shoulders seemed heavier each season. She knew the story of their fall as well as anyone. But she did not allow that knowledge to dim her spirit. If the world had narrowed, she expanded inward. If the days grew harder, she made them richer. Her elder sister was different. Where Belle moved like water finding its way around stone, her sister moved as if the world were watching. She was graceful, composed, and exquisitely mannered, every bit of a woman that society admired. She bore the reduced life with dignity and restraint, wearing hardship like a garment carefully tailored to fit. The sisters loved one another, but they saw the world through different lenses. Where the elder accepted what could not be changed, Belle questioned what should not be accepted at all. Their father watched them both with a complicated tenderness. Once he had been a man of influence and abundance, his name spoken with respect, his opinions sought, his ventures admired. He had believed, too deeply, that fortune was proof of virtue, and that success excused risk. When that tide turned, as tides do, he had been unprepared for its force. His daughters had paid the price of that unpreparedness. He loved them fiercely, but love alone had not saved them from want. And now, as he sat by the hearth in the evenings, staring into flames that offered neither answers nor absolution, he wondered, too late, what might have been different had he chosen patience over ambition, steadiness over spectacle. Belle often joined him there. She would sit on the hearthstone, close enough to feel the warmth, and speak of small things. The birds she had seen that day, the way the clouds had gathered like mountains in the sky, the book she was reading aloud in her mind, even as her hands worked. She did not avoid his sadness, but she did not kneel before it either. There is still goodness here, she would say, not as comfort, but as fact. And sometimes, when he listened, the lines in his face would soften, just slightly. Outside the house, the land had begun to change. The forest beyond the fields had grown thicker, darker, as if reclaiming what once belonged to them. Wolves were rumored to roam nearer the roads now. Travelers spoke in lowered voices of paths that twisted when they should not, of ruins half swallowed by ivy, of old magic stirring, not bright and showy, but ancient and patient. Belle listened to these stories with interest, not fear. She had always believed the world was larger and stranger than people allowed, that wildness, when respected, did not exist to harm, but to remind. She did not yet know how soon that reminder would come. The news arrived on a day that did not ask to be remembered. A rider came down the narrow road in the late afternoon, his horse pale with dust, his voice rough from travel. He asked for water first, then rest, and finally for news of his own affairs. In return, he offered what travelers always brought with them, stories shaped by distance and desire. He spoke of ships thought lost but now returned to port, of cargoes held in dispute, of ledgers reopened and claims re-examined, not because justice demanded it, but because no one had been vigilant enough to stop it. The father listened without speaking at first. When he did speak, his questions were careful, too careful. He asked about markings on hulls, about dates of departure and arrival, about names that had once been familiar to him. He asked who now claimed what, and how firmly those claims were held. When the writer shrugged and said that the ownership was often a matter of timing and persistence, the father nodded as though a private thought had just found confirmation. That evening, the house felt smaller. He paced as he spoke, his words circling the same idea from different angles. He spoke of misfortune, of things taken under cover of chaos, of how easily the world forgot who had built what first. It was never truly theirs, he said at one point, not looking at either daughter. Not in the way it should have been. Belle listened from the hearth, her hands folded loosely in her lap. She did not challenge him at once. She had learned that arguments made too early were dismissed too easily. Instead, she watched the way his voice sharpened when he spoke of loss, the way his reasoning bent toward entitlement rather than repair. The road is not kind to men who chase what has passed, she said finally, especially when they believe themselves owed. He smiled then, thinly, as though indulging a clever but impractical thought. I am not chasing, he replied. I am reclaiming." Her sister remained quiet, her needle moving steadily through fabric. She understood the limits of persuasion and chose composure instead. By morning, the father had made his decision. He dressed with unusual care, choosing garments that suggested former authority rather than present need. He gathered papers whose relevance had grown vague with time, but which still carried the weight of possibility. When Belle noticed that he avoided her eyes as he prepared to leave, she felt a familiar tightening in her chest. "You will come back safely," she said, taking his hand in hers. He promised that he would, not safety, not honesty, but return. As he walked down the road between the field and the forest, his stride was confident, even eager. He did not look back. Belle followed him to the edge of the yard. The trees beyond the fields had drawn closer in recent years, their shadows deeper, their roots pressing into the places once cleared and tame. As the wind shifted, it carried a low sound from far within the forest, long, measured, and mournful. A howl, then another. Not near, not threatening, but unmistakable. The father paused only briefly, as though the sound had brushed against him without quite reaching understanding. He adjusted his coat and continued on. Belle remained where she was. She felt the sound settle in her bones, not as fear, but as warning, the kind that arrives before words are ready to receive it. The wolves were not hunting. They were present, watching the road reclaim what wandered too far from it. She went back inside and closed the door. She hummed as she worked that evening, softly and deliberately, shaping her own small world against the unease she could not quite name. She had the sense, deep and unwelcome, that her father had not merely stepped onto a road. He had crossed a threshold. Outside, the forest leaned inward, and somewhere beyond the fields, the wolves lifted their voices again, not in anger, but in acknowledgement. The road did not welcome him. At first, it pretended it might. He reached towns pressed close to the water, where docks groaned beneath old timbers and men spoke freely of fortunes gained and lost within the tides. There were taverns thick with smoke and speculation, where names were traded as currency and stories grew larger with each retelling. The father listened. He told himself he was only gathering knowledge. That knowledge was not the same as intent, that understanding the world as it was did not mean agreeing with it. When he heard of a vessel bearing markings once associated with his own ventures, his interest sharpened. When he learned that ownership had changed hands under circumstances no one could quite explain, he nodded as though the confusion itself were proof of wrongdoing. "Things slip," he said to those who would listen. "In times of disorder, what is taken is not always given freely." When the papers were unclear, he pressed forward. When memories conflicted, he favored the version that restored what he believed had been stolen from him. He did not see himself as dishonest. He believed, sincerely, that he was correcting an imbalance the world had been too careless to mend. Each small decision felt reasonable on its own. Together, they formed a pattern. Resistance came slowly at first. A clerk who asked him to wait, a captain who refused to yield without proof, a ledger that did not align with his recollection. His patience thinned. His voice grew sharp where it had once been smooth. He reminded himself, and others, of who he had been. The world reminded him of who he was now. By the time authority intervened, the story had already been written. Claims were denied, accusations gathered like winter clouds, some deserved, others exaggerated, but all heavy enough to blot out whatever hope had brought him there. This time, there was no sense of cruel chance, only consequence. He left under a sky already turning, the air colder than it had been days before. The road that led him away from the towns did not straighten as he expected. It narrowed, bent, slipped between stands of trees that pressed closer with each mile. Winter arrived early in that country. Snow fell unevenly, catching in branches and settling into drifts that hid the ground's true shape. The horse slowed, uneasy, its breath rising in white clouds. The forest absorbed sound, making even the creak of a saddle seem intrusive. Then came the feeling. Not fear at first, awareness. The father sensed movement beyond the trees, not sudden, not frantic, measured, deliberate, as though something had noticed him and was deciding what to do next. A low sound rolled through the woods, then another. Wolves. They did not rush him. They did not bare their teeth or howl and challenge. They moved in parallel, unseen but unmistakably near, testing the space he occupied. He urged the horse forward. The animal faltered, slipped, and panicked. In its fear it bolted, throwing him hard against the frozen ground. Pain flared bright and sharp. By the time he struggled to his feet, the horse was gone, reins trailing, hooves fading into the distance. The wolves closed in then, not to strike, to surround. Branches snapped beneath their weight. Shadows shifted between trunks. The father swung a fallen limb wildly, shouting into the dark, his breath ragged, his heart hammering. The wolves held their distance, calm and patient, as if waiting for him to understand something he had long avoided. When he ran, they did not chase. They followed. He fled without direction, lungs burning, boots slipping on hidden ice. The forest seemed to rearrange itself as he passed, paths narrowing where they should have been open, roots rising where the ground should have been clear. Just when his strength failed entirely, he saw a light ahead, steady, unmoving. A castle stood at the forest heart, its walls old and thick, with ivy and age. Snow did not cling to its steps. The gates stood open, neither welcoming nor forbidding. Behind him, the wolves stopped. They did not cross the threshold. Panting, shaking, and certain that whatever lay ahead could not be worse than what waited behind, the father stepped forward. His foot crossed the boundary between forest and stone. The wolves turned away. The gates closed with a sound that was not loud, but final, and the forest, having delivered him, right where he belonged, fell silent. The castle did not greet him. It did not echo his footsteps in welcome, nor did it rush to announce itself with banners or torches. It simply was, vast, old, and awake in the way mountains are awake. The father stood just inside the gates, his breath slowing, his pulse still loud in his ears. Snow did not follow him across the threshold. It lingered at the boundary, as if uncertain whether it belonged there. The air inside was warmer than the forest, but not soft. Stone corridors stretched ahead, their walls worn smooth by time rather than hands. Ivy crept indoors without apology, its roots threading through cracks in the stone as though the castle had grown from the forest, rather being built against it. Somewhere, deeper, within its walls, water moved. He took a cautious step forward. At once, a low sound answered him. Not a growl, not a voice, but the shifting of something large adjusting its weight. The father froze. The sound passed, leaving only silence in its wake. He told himself it was only wind, but the air was still. As he ventured farther, small signs of habitation emerged. A long table set with food, still warm, a fire burning low, but steady, candles lit, though no hand was near them. Nothing here sparkled, nothing glittered. The magic was old and practical, meant for endurance rather than delight. He ate because hunger demanded it. The bread was coarse and dark, the meat richly spiced, the wine strong enough to warm him from within. As he ate, he became aware of being observed. Not with eyes exactly, but with attention. The castle listened, measured, remembered. When he finished, he noticed what stood at the table's center. A single rose, deep red and heavy with scent. Its stem thorned and wild, as though it had been cut from a hedge rather than cultivated. Its petals seemed almost black at the edges, velvet and alive. Without thinking, without asking permission, he reached for it. The moment his fingers closed around the stem, the air changed. The fire flared, the candles guttered, the sound returned, closer now, unmistakable in its weight and intention. The father turned. From the shadowed end of the hall, something moved forward. The beast did not rush. He emerged slowly, his form massive and furred, crowned with thorns worn smooth at the tips. His eyes caught the candlelight, not bright, not savage, but ancient and precise. He smelled of earth and iron and rain-soaked stone. The ground seemed to acknowledge him as he advanced. "You take what is not yours," the beast said, his voice low and resonant, like rock shifting under pressure. "Again." The father dropped the rose. It fell to the stone floor and did not break. "I meant no harm," he stammered. "I was lost. I sought shelter." The beast regarded him for a moment. "This place shelters many things," he said. "None of them are claimed without cost." The father fell to his knees then, not in reverence, but exhaustion. Words spilled from him, apologies shaped like explanations, remorse softened by justification. He spoke of loss, of injustice, of being wronged by the world. He spoke of how much had been taken from him. "I have nothing left," he said at last, his voice breaking. "No gold, no lands, no claim the world will honor. But I am not without value. I have daughters, good daughters. They are young, capable. They could..." The beast's head lifted. The air stilled. "You would offer them?" the beast said, not accusing, not surprised, simply naming what had already been spoken. The father faltered, as though the thought had only just revealed itself fully. His mouth opened and closed before he found the words enough to continue. "I would offer anything," he said finally, "to settle what is owed." The beast regarded him for a long moment. Between them, the rose lay untouched. "You speak of debt," the beast said quietly, "and yet you measure its cost in futures that are not yours alone." The castle seemed to draw a breath. The father lowered his head. The beast turned away. "You will remain here," he said, "until the debt you have named is answered." The castle responded at once. Doors closed where none had been before. Vines thickened along the walls. The fire settled into a watchful glow. Outside, far beyond the stone, the forest shifted. Wolves passed along the outer edge of the grounds, their presence felt rather than seen. They did not challenge the walls. They did not need to. The castle had taken custody, and the wild, recognizing one of its own, withdrew. The father slept, but it was not the sleep of rest. It was shallow and uneasy, filled with the sound of doors closing and roads narrowing, of voices asking questions he could not answer quickly enough. When he woke, the light in the chamber was pale and steady, filtering through high windows cut deep into stone. Dawn had come without ceremony. He sat up, unsure how much time had passed. The fire still burned. The air still held its warmth. Nothing here suggested punishment, and yet the weight on his chest had not lifted. The beast came without announcement. He stood at the threshold of the chamber, not entering, not looming, simply present, as inevitable as the walls themselves. In the clearer light, the father saw him more fully. The scars beneath the fur, the strength held in careful check, the eyes that missed nothing. "You named a debt," the beast said. "Now we will speak of how it is answered." Hope stirred, unwelcome but insistent. "I will work," the father said quickly. "I will labor for you. I will serve this castle in whatever way you require. I have hands. I have skill. I will give you my life if that is the cost." The beast did not move. "You offer effort," he said, "but effort is not what you withheld." The father frowned, confusion tightening his brow. "I do not understand." "You took," the beast said, "not once, not from the world, but from those bound to you." The word struck harder than any blow. "I did what was necessary," the father said, his voice sharpening. "I did what any man would do to provide." "For yourself," the beast replied. Silence stretched between them, heavy and exacting. "At the edge of the forest," the beast continued, "you were willing to trade what was not yours to trade, to place your daughters' lives forward, their years, their safety, their becoming, against your own reckoning." "I would never harm them," the father said at once. "Never." "And yet you would risk them," the beast said calmly. "Again." The father's arguments rose and fell, each one thinner than the last. He spoke of duty, of blood, of how families survived by sacrifice. The beast listened until the words exhausted themselves. "No," he said at last. "Families survive by restraint." The castle answered him with a low sound, like stone settling into stone. "You will return to them," the beast said. "You will tell them where you have been and what you offered in this place." The father's breath caught. "You will release me?" "For a time," said the beast. "Not because you are owed mercy, but because the choice must be made in daylight, not shadow." The father looked up sharply. "What choice?" "One of your daughters may come here willingly," the beast said, "in your place." "And if they refuse?" the father said. "Then you will return," the beast replied, "and remain." The terms were simple, clean, unyielding. No threat lay beneath them. No persuasion softened their edge. The beast did not ask for obedience. He asked for truth. The father bowed his head. Relief flooded him, hot and immediate, drowning out everything else. He did not yet understand what he was being sent back to carry. Not a demand, but a mirror, that his debts had never ended with him. They had always been paid by others. The father returned at dusk. not at night, when explanations might be postponed, nor in the clear authority of morning, but in that hour when light and shadow blur together and certainty feels unkind. His coat was torn. His face was drawn. He looked at first glance like a man who had been spared. Belle saw him from the window before he reached the door. She did not run. She set aside what she was doing and waited, her heart steady, her mind already attentive. When he crossed the threshold, the house seemed to tighten around him, as though bracing itself. Her sister reached him first. She cried out softly, rushed forward, pressed her face against his chest. He held her with relief that bordered on desperation, his hands trembling as he smoothed her hair. "I am home," he said, again and again, as though repeating it might secure the truth of it. Belle watched. Only when he looked up and saw her did his expression change. Not soften exactly, but shift, as though he had reached the part of the story that required care. "You have grown thinner," he said. "Both of you." "We have managed," Belle replied gently. They sat by the fire as they had so many times before. He warmed his hands, though the room was already warm. He accepted bread and soup, though he ate little. He spoke first of the road, then of the storm, then of how close the wolves had come. At the mention of them, Belle's gaze sharpened. "They did not harm me," he said quickly. "They drove me forward, as if I were meant to go where I went." Her sister shivered. "Where was that?" The father hesitated. Just long enough. "A place," he said. "An old place. A castle deep in the forest." Belle said nothing. "There was a master of that place," he continued. "A beast." Her sister gasped. "A beast?" "Yes," the father said. "Fearsome at first glance, but not without reason, not without law." He spoke then of the castle's power, its rules, its strange mercy. He did not speak of his own choices. He did not speak of the rose until Belle asked. "What did you take?" she said quietly. He startled. "Nothing of value." Belle waited. "A flower," he amended. "A rose. It was nothing. A mistake." "And the cost?" she asked. The father sighed deeply, as though burdened by forces beyond him. "He was angry, justly so, but he did not strike me. He did not imprison me as he might have." Her sister leaned forward. "Then why are you here?" He looked at her then, full and direct. "Because he is not cruel," he said. "Because he understands families." Belle felt the shape of the words before she understood their meaning. "He allowed me to return," the father continued, "so I might put things in order, so that nothing would be decided in haste." "In order for what?" Belle asked. The father rubbed his face, dragging his hands downward as though smoothing something away. "There is a debt," he said, "one that must be answered. But there is time. We will think carefully, together." Her sister's breath quickened. "What kind of debt?" The father reached for her hand, holding it firmly. "Do not trouble yourself. I would never allow harm to come to you." Belle noticed what he had not said. "And me?" she asked. He turned to her at once, too quickly. "You are strong," he said. "You have always been." The fire cracked softly. "The beast believes," the father went on, "that some wrongs cannot be settled by gold or labor alone. The presence has weight, that loyalty." "Whose presence?" Belle asked. He smiled then, faintly, wearily. "My dear, there is no demand, only possibility, one that will never come to pass." Her sister exhaled, relief flooding her face. "Then there is nothing to decide." The father nodded. "Nothing at all." Belle did not nod. She sat very still, her joy undiminished but sharpened now into something precise. She saw, suddenly and clearly, how the story had been arranged, how fear had been wrapped in gentleness, how obligation had been softened into suggestion, how the future had been placed quietly on the table without being named. Later that night, when the house slept, Belle lay awake. She thought of the wolves who had not attacked, of the castle that had closed its gates, of the beast who had spoken plainly when others had not. She rose before dawn, and while no decision had yet been spoken aloud, the path ahead had already begun to take shape beneath her feet. Belle did not wake with sorrow. She woke with clarity. The house was still, the kind of stillness that comes just before morning chooses its shape. Pale light rested along the edges of the room, not yet claiming it. Outside, the fields lay quiet, holding their breath. Belle dressed slowly. She chose no finery, no token meant to soften what she intended. She dressed as she always did, simply, comfortably, as herself. She braided her hair and tied it back with a ribbon worn soft by years of use. Around her shoulders, she wrapped a cloak heavy enough for travel, light enough for movement. Before she left her room, she paused, not to hesitate, but to look. She had learned long ago that love did not require clinging, that gratitude did not require staying. She carried the house with her not in objects, but in understanding. Downstairs, the fire had burned low. The embers glowed steadily, patient and awake. Belle knelt and stirred them gently, coaxing warmth back into the room so that when her father and sister woke, they would not wake cold. She set her water near the hearth, laid out bread, left small kindnesses in plain sight. Then she wrote a note, not long, not pleading, only this: I have gone to answer what was spoken aloud and what was not. Do not follow. Do not fear. I am not lost. She folded it carefully and placed it where her father would see it first, not hidden, not displayed, exactly where the truth belonged. At the threshold, she hesitated only long enough to listen. The house breathed. The forest waited. She stepped outside. The morning air was sharp and clean, scented with pine and damp earth. Frost traced the edges of the path, delicate as lace. Belle welcomed the cold. It sharpened her thoughts, brightened her senses. As she walked, the land seemed to recognize her. Birds stirred, branches shifted. The path that had once seemed uncertain revealed itself, not widened, but made honest. She moved without hurry, without dread, her steps sure. By the time the sun rose fully, she had reached the field's edge. Behind her, the house stood quiet and unchanged. Ahead, the forest opened. Belle did not look back, not because she felt no pull, but because she understood the difference between leaving and abandoning. Her father's sorrow, her sister's safety, her own becoming, none of these would be served by hesitation. She crossed beneath the first trees. The forest did not close around her. It accepted her. Light filtered through the bare branches, dappling the ground in shifting patterns. The air grew cooler, richer. Belle felt the wildness there, not as a threat, just as a presence. And then she heard it. Not close, not distant. A sound that carried weight rather than warning. Wolves. They did not circle her. They did not announce themselves with challenge. They moved alongside the forest's deeper rhythms, their awareness brushing against hers without touching. Belle smiled, just slightly. I know, she said aloud, to no one and to everything. She walked on. By the time the castle rose before her, its walls dark with age, its towers grown into the land itself. Belle felt neither fear nor triumph, only readiness. She stepped forward toward a place not meant to be softened, but understood. At the gates, which had closed behind her father, opened at her approach. Belle entered the castle without announcement. The gates closed behind her with certainty, and the sound echoed once through the stone walls before settling into quiet. The air was warm, carrying the scent of moss and old fire, of rain that had soaked into stone and never quite left. She stood still, not because she was afraid, but because listening mattered here. The castle was awake. It did not rush to accommodate her. Candles did not flare at her approach. Doors did not open themselves in welcome. Instead, the space adjusted slowly, almost imperceptibly, like an animal shifting its weight to better see who had come. Belle breathed in. This is a place that keeps its promises, she thought, and she liked it. She moved forward at her own pace, boots soft against the worn stone. Her joy remained within her, not bright and careless, but steady, like a held flame. She did not whistle, she did not hum. This was not a place for filling silence. It was a place for respecting it. The long hall opened before her, firelight low and constant. The table was set again, as it had been for her father. Food waited, untouched. The rose stood at the center, its petals dark and velvety, its thorns untrimmed. Belle did not reach for it. She sat instead, folded her hands in her lap, and waited. The sound came then, the same sound her father had heard, though it met her differently. The measured shift of something large, the quiet certainty of presence. The beast emerged from the shadows. He did not rush. He did not hide. He stepped into the firelight and stopped several paces away. His form was massive and furred, crowned with horns worn smooth by time. His eyes rested on her, keen and ancient, searching not for weakness, but for truth. "You are not afraid," he said. It was not a question. Belle lifted her chin slightly. "No." The beast studied her for a long time. "You should be," he said. "Perhaps," Belle replied, "but I am not." Something in the air shifted, not resistance, interest. "You know why you're here," the beast said. "Yes," Belle said. "And why you let my father go." The beast inclined his head once. He spoke. "He spoke carefully," Belle said, "as he always does." Silence stretched between them, not empty, but full. "You come willingly," the beast said. "I do," Belle answered, "but not because I am offered." The beast's gaze sharpened. "Explain." Belle stood. She did not move closer. She did not retreat. She stood exactly where she was, her presence clear and unyielding. "My father measures costs by what others will carry," she said. "You named that truth. I have come to prevent it from being carried again." The fire shifted, responding. "You would place yourself in that balance," the beast said. "You would live here, under my rule." "Yes." "And you do not bargain?" he asked. Belle smiled then, not brightly, not sweetly. It was a joy that had nothing to do with submission. "I am not here to bargain," she said. "I am here to end a pattern." The beast considered her. Outside the walls, the forest held its breath. "You will not flatter me," he said. "You will not soften what I am?" "No," Belle agreed, "nor will I fear it." The beast took one step closer. "You will be free to leave this place," he said, "if you wish." "I know," Belle said, "but I will stay." "Why?" he asked. Belle did not answer at once. She looked around the hall, stone worn by centuries, vines threading patiently through cracks, a fire that burned without waste. She thought of wolves that guided without harming, of a house where truth bent love until love itself became dangerous. "Because this place tells the truth," she said at last, "and because I do not wish to live where truth is endlessly rearranged." The beast studied her for a long moment. Then he turned. "Come," he said. "There is much you have not yet seen." He did not offer his hand. Belle followed anyway. And as they walked deeper into the castle, wildness and joy moving side by side without conquest, the ancient walls, which had known many forms of silence, began to learn a new one. Not peace, but honesty. The days that followed did not announce themselves as kindness. They simply arrived. Morning came without urgency. Light filtered through high windows and settled where it pleased, warming stone that had not known warmth for a long time. Bells did not ring. Voices did not summon. The castle did not require Belle's attention in order to function. That alone was a relief. She woke when her body told her to wake. She dressed without haste. When she stepped into the halls, food was waiting, plain and nourishing, bread still warm, fruit cut cleanly, tea that had tasted faintly of herbs and earth. No one watched her eat. No one asked if she was grateful. The beast did not appear at every meal. Some days he joined her, sitting across from the table, the quiet presence of someone accustomed to solitude. Other days he did not, and no explanation was offered. At first, Belle found herself listening for tension. It took time to realize there was none. The rules of the castle revealed themselves gradually. Doors that were closed remained closed. Doors that were open stayed open. Nothing here shifted its terms without warning. If something could not be done, it simply was not done. If something was permitted, it was permitted fully. There were boundaries, but they did not move. Belle explored. She found a library whose shelves bowed beneath the weight of old books, their pages thick and uneven, filled with observations of weather, stone, stars, and the slow turning of seasons. She found rooms half grown, half wild, where ivy had been allowed to claim corners and light pooled on the floor like water. There were gardens, too, not manicured, not tamed. Paths curved where roots insisted. Herbs grew where they would. Bees moved freely. The garden did not exist to be admired. It existed to live. Belle laughed there once. The sound surprised her. It echoed lightly, then disappeared, as if absorbed by leaves and soil. No one commented. No one asked why she laughed. She began to sleep deeply. Not the sleep of exhaustion, but the kind that restores without demand. Dreams came, but they did not clutch at her. She woke rested, her thoughts clear. The beast watched all of this from a distance. He did not intrude upon her days. He did not ask her to perform cheer or gratitude. When they spoke, it was often in the evening, seated by the fire, the space between them generous and unclaimed. They spoke of ordinary things, of weather, of the habits of animals, of how stone remembered heat longer than wood, of why certain rules existed and others did not. Belle spoke freely. She did not measure her words, she did not soften her thoughts. When she disagreed, she said so. When she wondered aloud. The beast listened. Sometimes he answered. Sometimes he did not. Silence here was not punishment. It was space. One evening, Belle realized she had not thought of her father all day. The realization did not bring guilt. It brought relief. She understood that rest was not forgetting. It was the absence of constant readiness. the knowledge that nothing terrible would happen if she allowed her attention to drift. She was safe here, not because the world had grown smaller, but because it had become trustworthy. Outside the castle walls, the forest continued its ancient work. Wind moved through branches, snow melted slowly into the earth. Wolves passed along distant paths, their presence felt but not required. Belle did not think of them often now. Their work, for the moment, was done. That night, as she extinguished the lamp and lay beneath the heavy blankets, Belle felt something unfamiliar and welcome settle into her chest. Not happiness, permission, and in the quiet of a place that did not ask her to hold everything together, Belle finally rested. Time moved differently in the castle, not slower exactly, more honestly. Days no longer felt like obstacles to be cleared or duties to be endured. They unfolded with a steadiness that made room for thought. Belle found herself speaking when she wished, and silent when she did not, without either choice carrying consequence. It was during one of these unremarkable evenings that the beast spoke, more than usual. They sat by the fire, not facing one another directly, but angled, each able to look away without seeming dismissive. The flames moved quietly, steady, and contained. "You ask fewer questions now," the beast observed. Belle considered this. "I think I'm asking better ones." He nodded. "That happens when fear steps aside." She glanced at him then. "You are not what I expected." The beast did not smile. "Nor are you." Belle warmed her hands on her cup. "Most places require something of you before they let you rest." "Yes," he said. "This one requires only that you tell the truth." "That is nothing," Belle replied. "No," the beast agreed. "It is everything." They fell quiet again, the silence easy. Later, Belle spoke of her childhood, not in confession, not in complaint, but as one might speak of weather that had shaped the land. She spoke of a house once full and later careful, of a father who loved deeply and chose poorly, of learning early how to read rooms, how to sense when words were being arranged instead of spoken. The beast listened without interruption. When she finished, he only said, "You learned to carry weight that was not yours." Belle shrugged lightly. "Someone had to notice." "Yes," he said, "and someone else should have stopped." She met his gaze then, surprised not by judgment, but by understanding. "And you?" she asked. "Were you always this?" The beast leaned back, the firelight catching in the rough planes of his face. "No," he said. "I was once louder, less careful. I believed power meant motion." "What changed?" Belle asked. "The cost," he replied. "Not to me, to others." He did not elaborate. Belle did not press. They spoke then of smaller things, of books she had found, of rooms he had sealed and why, of the way the castle responded to neglect and how it required maintenance not through force, but attention. "You treat this place like a living thing," Belle said. "It is," the beast answered simply, "and it remembers how it is treated." Belle smiled at that. As the evening waned, the beast stood. "You may walk the upper gardens tomorrow," he said, "if you wish." "I wish," Belle replied. He inclined his head and left her there, not abruptly, not ceremoniously. Alone by the fire, Belle realized something quietly astonishing. She had not been performing goodness. She had not been proving worth. She had simply been herself, and it had been enough. That night, as she slept, the castle held its silence carefully, like something precious and newly trusted. The castle settled into a rhythm that did not ask to be noticed. Days passed, marked not by bells or commands, but by light shifting across stone, by meals that appeared without ceremony, and by the gentle persistence of ordinary care. Belle found herself walking the same paths each morning, not because they were required, but because her body had learned them. She tended the gardens with no sense of urgency. Some days she pruned, some days she only observed. The plants did not seem to mind either way. Growth here was patient. The beast remained present without hovering. He did not test her loyalty. He did not demand gratitude. When he spoke, it was with the same restraint that governed the castle itself. When he was silent, it was not withdrawal, but trust. They ate together often now, not always facing one another, sometimes side by side, sometimes with a book between them, each reading their own page, and fire keeping time. Belle noticed that she no longer rehearsed conversations in her mind. She did not plan what she might say if asked the wrong question. No one here rearranged her words before she spoke them. This was new. One afternoon, as rain moved steadily across the windows, Belle felt a familiar tightening in her chest. Not fear, not sadness, but memory. She thought of her sister folding linen by the fire, of her father sitting too long in silence, waiting for relief to arrive instead of making room for truth. She realized she had not worried about them in days. The realization was gentle, but it carried weight. That evening, Belle spoke. "I would like to see them," she said simply. The beast did not respond at once. He stood near the window, watching rain thread its way down the glass. When he turned, there was no anger in his expression, only recognition. "You may," he said. No conditions followed, no warnings, no attempt to persuade her otherwise. "I will return," Belle added, not as a promise extracted, but as a truth she felt. The beast inclined his head. "I know." The forest did not resist her passage this time. The path opened as it had before, honest and direct. Belle walked with the same steady joy she had always carried, but now it was unburdened. She did not feel as though she were leaving safety behind. She felt as though she were bringing it with her. The house looked smaller when she returned. Not diminished, simply unchanged. Her sister cried when she saw her, then laughed through tears, then scolded her gently for leaving without a word spoken aloud. Belle accepted all of it with warmth, letting the reactions pass without absorbing their urgency. Her father watched her carefully, too carefully. He spoke of relief, of gratitude, of how fortunate they had been. He spoke of how close he had come to despair and how her return had lifted him. Belle listened. She noticed what he did not ask. He did not ask how she had lived. He did not ask what the beast was like. And he did not ask whether she had been afraid. He asked only when she might leave again. That night, Belle lay awake beneath a roof that once felt like shelter and now felt like something else. Not unsafe, simply restless. She understood then what the castle had given her. Not escape, but perspective. In the morning, she embraced her sister. She kissed her father's cheek. She did not argue. She did not accuse. There was nothing to prove. When she turned back toward the forest, her steps were lighter. The castle welcomed her return without ceremony. The beast was waiting, not at the gates, but deeper within, as though he had never doubted the outcome. "You came back," he said. "Yes," Belle replied, "because this is where I tell the truth." Something ancient loosened then. Not the spell yet, not the change, but the readiness for it. The days that followed were quieter still. They spoke less and understood more. Belle moved freely through the castle now, not as a guest, not as an offering, but as a presence that belonged. The beast found himself listening for her footsteps without realizing he was doing so. One evening, as the autumn edged toward winter, Belle fell ill. Not gravely, not dangerously, but enough. The beast sat near her chamber, listening to her breathing. The fire kept low and steady. He did not touch her. He did not call for magic or demand intervention. He waited. Belle woke to find him there. "You stayed," she murmured. "Yes," he said. She studied him, her gaze clear, even in weakness. "You always do." The words settled into the stone. It was not love that broke the spell. It was recognition. When the change came, it was quiet. No thunder, no spectacle. The beast stood one moment as he had always been, furred and horned and bound by restraint. The next, he was a man shaped by the same discipline, the same attentiveness, the same refusal to displace cost. The castle breathed out. Vines loosened, windows brightened. The walls did not lose their age, only their tension. Belle did not gasp. She smiled. Not because he was transformed, but because he was unchanged where it mattered. They did not speak of endings. They spoke of mornings, of gardens, of how winter could be kind when met properly. Far beyond the walls, the forest continued its watch. The wolves did not appear again. They were no longer needed. And Belle, who had once carried joy as armor, now carried it as rest. In the seasons that followed, Belle did not disappear. She sent word when the light changed, when the garden rested, when the air softened or sharpened. Not often, and not urgently, but honestly. She answered when she was asked, and no longer before. Her sister wrote back more than she spoke, small observations, ordinary moments, news that did not require solving. Belle read each letter by the fire and held them with care, without letting them pull her away from the life she was building. As for her father, she learned to love him without standing in front of him. She no longer rearranged the truth so he could bear it. She no longer softened her own clarity to protect his comfort. When she spoke to him, she spoke plainly. And when she was silent, it was not punishment. It was space. The distance did not break their bond. It changed its shape. Belle learned that love could exist without constant vigilance, that care did not require proximity, that stepping back was sometimes the only way to stop a pattern from continuing its quiet work. The castle remained a place of order and warmth. The garden grew wild in its chosen places and tame where it mattered. The days moved forward, steady and unremarkable, which was a kind of grace all on its own. And sometimes, far beyond the walls, when the forest shifted and the air felt newly honest, Belle sensed the wolves moving through the trees, not watching, not guarding, passing through. She smiled then, knowing what she had learned at last, that love does not mean carrying what was never yours to hold, and that choosing peace is not abandonment, it's arrival. The castle is quiet again. The fire has burned low, just enough light to soften the stone walls, just enough warmth to hold the night at bay. Somewhere deep within the old halls, a clock marks the hours softly, steady and patient, as if time itself has decided to rest. The air is warm, still, safe. Outside, the forest breathes, leaves settle, an owl calls once, then listens. Far beyond the trees, the world continues on, but it feels very far away now. You let your body soften, the way it does when nothing is being asked of you. Shoulders sinking, jaw unclenching, breath slowing, finding its own rhythm again. This is the kind of quiet that comes after truth has been spoken, after running has ended, after the door has closed gently behind you. Somewhere nearby, someone you love sleeps. A small sigh, a shift beneath the blankets, the sound of a dream turning over. You smile without trying. The day that began with sharp edges has folded itself into something kinder. The wildness has settled. The watchful guardians have stepped back. Nothing needs fixing now. Only resting. You think briefly of all the mornings that will come, of warm cups and soft light, of voices you know by heart, of love that shows itself, not in grand gestures, but in staying. The thought drifts through you like warmth through stone. Breathe in, slow and deep. Breathe out, even slower. The world feels smaller now, in the best way, contained, held, as if the night itself has drawn a blanket close around you. Tomorrow will arrive when it's ready. The fire will be stirred, the path will open again, and whatever waits beyond the gates, you will meet it with steadiness, with courage, with a heart that knows where it belongs. For now, there's nothing to do. The story fades. The castle fades. Thoughts loosened and drift like clouds crossing a quiet sky. You let go of the day, of the weight, of everything but warmth in your chest, and the gentle rise and fall of your breath. Breathe in, hold, breathe out. Let it all go. You are safe, you are loved, and you are home. And as the last light settles into darkness, sleep gathers you in. The night keeps watch. Your breath is slow and easy. Sleep now, dear one. You are safe. You are loved. You have been listening to Nicki Woo Cozy Stories, written and read by Nicole T. Woodard. May your dreams be gentle and your sleep be deep. This is The Princess and the Pea, The Sovereign Truth. When you're ready, let your eyes close. The lanterns are dimming, the fire murmurs softly in the hearth, and far beyond the walls, a storm is beginning to breathe across the hills of Oakhaven. The sky over the kingdom of Oakhaven had forgotten how to be blue. For 7 days, a scouring storm had set over the valley. Not a storm of gentle rain, but a wind that felt like a hand searching for something lost. It was rhythmic, heavy weather that beat against the castle stone like a pulse. Inside the great hall, the prince stood by the window. He was a man who had traveled every map and sat at every banquet looking for his true princess. But he was weary. He had found plenty of women who wore the title like a stiff brocade, but whose souls were as thin as beaten gold leaf, glittering on the surface, but easily torn and hollowed out by their own vanity. He needed a partner whose spirit had the density of the earth, someone who could help him bear the burden of a kingdom that had grown silent and gray. Behind him, the Queen Mother sat by the hearth. To the court, she was a dignified dowager, but those who knew the old ways called her the Weaver. She didn't use a spinning wheel. She used the air and the fire. "She's coming," the Queen Mother murmured, her eyes fixed on the dancing orange flames. "Another one," the prince sighed, not turning from the window. "Another girl with a borrowed crown and a scripted smile?" "No," the queen replied, the light catching the silver of her hair. "This one comes with nothing but truth of the rain, and the rain is very honest tonight." A sudden sharp crack of lightning split the dark, and in the silence that followed, there came a sound that shouldn't have been heard over the gale. A knock. 3 heavy thuds on the iron-bound oak doors. The king went to the door himself. When the heavy bolts slid back, the storm tried to rush in, bringing with it the scent of bruised earth and wet iron. And there she stood. She was drenched to the bone. Water streamed from her dark hair, cascading over a cloak that had seen too many miles and too many winters. Her boots were caked in the red clay of the lowlands, the kind of mud that only clings to those who have walked the long road, not those who have been carried over it. "I am a princess," she said. She didn't shout it. She said it with quiet, terrifying certainty of a person who has finally remembered their own name after years of being told she was no one. The king looked at her tattered hem. "My dear, you look like a traveler who has lost her way." "No," she replied, meeting his eyes. "I am a traveler who has finally found it. My inheritance was traded for silence, and my name was buried in the dark. But the blood in my veins knows the song of this stone." The Queen Mother stepped forward, her gown rustling like dry leaves. She didn't look at the girl's face. She looked at her feet, grounded, heavy with the weight of her journey, and leaving dark, honest prints upon the pristine marble. "We shall see," the Queen Mother whispered. "The storm has brought you here. Now let us see if the bed can hold your truth." The great hall was a cavern of amber light and long dancing shadows. As the heavy doors groaned shut against the wind, the silence that followed felt thick, like wool. The princess stood on the edge of the hearth's warmth, her wet cloak beginning to steam. The scent of damp wool and wood smoke rose around her, a humble, earthy smell that seemed out of place against the high, cold arches of the castle. The king moved with a gentleness that surprised her. draping a dry, heavy blanket of undyed flax over her shoulders. But it was the Queen Mother who commanded the space. She moved without sound, her silver rings catching the firelight like eyes of small animals. She didn't offer the girl a throne. She offered her a low stool of blackened oak, right where the heat of the fire was most intense. "Sit," the Queen Mother commanded. "The cold of the road goes deep. It settles in the marrow, where it tries to convince you that you are smaller than you are." The princess sat. She felt the heat prickle against her skin, a stinging, honest warmth. She watched as the Queen Mother reached into the shadows of the mantel and retrieved a cup of beaten copper. Into it, she poured a liquid that smelled of bitter herbs, honey, and something ancient, like the scent of the forest floor after the first frost. "Drink," the Queen said. "It is a brew for the weary. It thaws the tongue so that the heart can speak." The prince watched from the shadows of a far pillar. He saw the way the girl's hand shook as she took the cup, not from fear, but from the raw effort of holding herself together. He noticed the bruises on her knuckles and the way she didn't try to hide them. Most women who came seeking the crown spent their first hour in the castle calling for mirrors, paints, and perfumes to mask the reality of their journey. This woman simply sat, staring into the flames as if she were reading a ledger of everything she'd lost. "They took my home in the winter," the princess whispered, her voice rasping against the quiet. The copper cup was hot against her palms. "They thought that by taking the stone and the timber, they could take the lineage. They thought if I walked long enough in the mud, I would forget the rhythm of the stars." The Queen Mother leaned in, her face a map of wisdom and secrets. "And did you?" The princess looked up, her eyes reflecting the orange embers. "I forgot the words to the songs. I forgot the feel of silk. But I never forgot the weight of the truth. It has been a stone in my pocket for years, and it is heavy, it is hard, and it is mine." The Queen Mother nodded slowly, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She reached out and touched the girl's damp hair, not with pity, but with a strange, clinical curiosity. "Riches can be stolen," the Queen Mother said softly. "Security can be burned. But a voice must be surrendered. And you have kept yours, even in the silence." She turned to the prince, her eyes flashing with a sudden magical intent. "She is tired, my son. Let us prepare the guest chamber. Let us see if she can find rest in a house that was built for her ancestors." The echo of the princess's footsteps had long since faded from the stone stairs, but the scent of the storm, that bruised earth and wet iron, lingered in the hall. The prince remained in the shadows, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword he rarely drew, but whose weight he always felt. "You believe her?" the prince said, his voice cutting through the crackle of the fire. It wasn't a question, it was an observation of his mother's rare, focused intensity. The Queen Mother didn't look up from the hearth. She was poking at the logs, sending a spray of sparks up the chimney like a handful of dying stars. "I believe in the architecture of her spirit, my son. Most who come here are like glass, hollow and easily shattered. But that woman, she's like a mountain. She has been weathered by the frost and beaten by the rain, yet she remains. The prince stepped into the light. The fire caught the lines of weariness around his own eyes. The kingdom is failing, mother. The orchards bear no fruit, and the people have forgotten how to dream because they are too busy surviving. They say a true princess will bring the spring back. But I'm tired of chasing ghosts. I have seen the best families in the realm offer up daughters who can dance and recite poetry, but who turn away from the sight of a beggar. They want the gold, but they fear the dross. They fear the grit, the Queen Mother corrected softly, because they have never had to scrub the floors of their own souls. She stood up, her silhouette long and sharp against the tapestries. Did you see her hands, Leo? They weren't the hands of a girl who has spent her life being waited upon. They were scarred. She has worked. She has served. And yet, she looked at the king as an equal. She didn't bow to the power. She recognized the responsibility. The prince looked toward the stairs, his mind tracing the path to the guest chamber high above. She said her future was stolen, that others tried to bury her name. They tried, the Queen Mother whispered, a flicker of something ancient and protective crossing her face. But truth is a stubborn seed. You can pile a mountain of lies upon it. You can drench it in the salt of tears. But if it is a royal seed, it will breathe. It will push through the dark until it finds the sun. She reached out and squeezed the prince's arm, her fingers surprisingly strong. Tonight, we do not test her beauty, nor her grace, nor her ability to please a court. Tonight, we test her sensitivity to the wrongness of the world. If she is who she says she is, she will find no comfort in a bed of lies. She will feel the smallest grain of injustice, even under a mountain of velvet. The prince nodded, a spark of hope, a rare, dangerous thing igniting in his chest. And if she sleeps soundly, if she wakes refreshed and tells us the bed was perfect, the Queen Mother's expression went cold and somber. Then she's just another ghost, and we are truly lost. Go to your rest, my son. The moon is high, and the weaver's work is about to begin. The guest chamber sat at the very crown of the castle's north tower. It was a room of circular stone and silver-gray shadows, where the air tasted of lavender and pressed cedar. Outside, the storm still lashed against the glass, but here the wind was reduced to a melodic, low-frequency hum, the sound of a world being put to test. The Queen Mother entered alone. She did not bring a candle. The moonlight filtered through the thinning clouds, provided a pale, pearlescent glow that clung to the edges of the massive bedstead. The bed was a monument of ancient oak, carved with the images of roots and vines, as if the forest itself had grown into the shape of a resting place. The test of the spirit is not found in the storm, the Queen Mother whispered to the empty room. It is found in the stillness. She began to strip the bed. She moved with a practiced, ritualistic grace, removing the old linens until the bare wooden slats were exposed. This was the foundation, the hard, unyielding truth of the world. From her pocket, she withdrew a small, velvet pouch. Inside was the seed. It was a single pea, but it didn't look like food. It looked like a piece of polished emerald, hard as a diamond and cold as the sea. It was the seed of sovereignty, a physical manifestation of the truth that cannot be ignored. With a steady hand, she placed the seed directly onto the center of the wooden slats. It made a tiny, sharp clink that seemed to echo against the stone walls. "One small truth," she murmured, "to challenge a mountain of comfort." Then the labor began. This was not a task for servants. This was the weaver's work. She summoned the first mattress. It was a heavy, dense thing made of raw, sun-dried wool. It smelled of the high pastures of the earth, and she laid it over the seed. She smoothed the surface with her palms, her rings clinking against the fabric. "Layer 1, she breathed, "for the body that has worked, for the legs that have walked, for the physical reality of the road." Next came a mattress of thick, unbleached linen, cool to the touch and smelling of rain, then a layer of woven seagrass, which crackled softly like the turning of a page in an old book. Each layer was a barrier. Each layer was designed to muffle the world, to offer the kind of deep, heavy comfort that makes a person forget who they are and what they owe. The Queen Mother moved in a slow, circular dance around the bed, stacking the layers higher and higher. The bed began to grow, rising like a monument in the center of the room. She was weaving a silken fortress, a cocoon of luxury meant to seduce the senses and silence the soul. "If you are a common heart," the Queen whispered as she smoothed the tent mattresses, "you will sink into the softness and never feel the stone beneath. You will sleep the sleep of the numb. But if you are the air, if you are the voice, then no amount of silk will ever be enough to hide the truth." The bed continued to rise, a mountain of soft shadows in the center of the tower. The Queen Mother now moved to the finer things, the layers that were not meant for comfort, but for the masking of reality. "Layer 11, she whispered, shaking out a mattress of crushed violet velvet. It was heavy, the fabric catching the moonlight like the surface of a deep, still pond. "This is the layer of false security. It is the promise that the world is soft, that the danger has passed, and that you may finally close your eyes to the struggle of others." Next came wild silk, harvested from the deep woods. It was shimmering, golden, white, and it felt like the cool water against a queen's skin. "Layer 12. This is the layer of beauty. It is the shine that dazzles the eyes so no one might forget to look at the heart. It is the distraction of pretty things that were used to replace your name." Higher and higher the tower grew. Then came the eiderdown, the lightest, softest feathers taken from the nest of the northern birds. The Queen Mother laid 5 mattresses of this pure white fluff. One by one, as they settled, they made a sound like a long, satisfied sigh. "Layers 13 through 17, the Queen murmured, her voice barely a breath. "The layers of forgetfulness. They are the cloud thoughts that tell you your past was only a dream, that the fire that burned your home was just a flickering candle, that the thieves who stole your future were merely shadows of the mind." The bed was so high now that a small set of silver steps had to be placed beside it, but the Queen Mother was not finished. She brought out the final 3. Those were the heirloom mattresses, filled with the hair of the king's ancient white horses and encased in embroidered damask. The patterns on the fabric were intricate. Vines, crowns, and thorns, all woven together in a silver thread that felt slightly raised and rough under the thumb. 18, 19, 20. The Queen Mother stood back, her work complete. The bed was a magnificent, towering monument of luxury. It looked like a dream of heaven. It was the ultimate sanctuary, a place where any weary traveler would surely sink and disappear into a dreamless, heavy stupor. She reached out and smoothed the final silver thread. Deep beneath those 20 layers, beneath the velvet, the silk, the down, and the wool, lay the tiny green seed of sovereignty. It was a single, hard point of truth resting on the cold oak slats. "Now," the Queen Mother whispered to the silence, "let us see if the princess is still awake within that woman. Let us see if the soul can still feel the thorn, even when it is buried under a mountain of grace." She turned and left the room, the click of the heavy door bolt sounding like a period at the end of a long, dark sentence. The door opened with a soft, heavy creak, and the princess stepped into the chamber. She had been bathed in water scented with pine and salt, and she was dressed now in a simple gown of white lawn, a garment that felt thin and honest against her skin. She stopped at the foot of the bed. In the moonlight, the tower of the mattresses looked like a white summit, a mountain of luxury that seemed almost absurd to a woman who had spent the last 3 nights sleeping on the root-tangled floor of a forest. She walked to the silver steps. Each step she took felt like an ascent toward a throne she wasn't sure she wanted to reclaim. As she climbed, the air grew cooler, and the scent of the lavender and the cedar from the mattresses rose up to meet her. At the top, she paused. She looked down at the vast expanse of the embroidered damask. It was beautiful, terrifyingly so. It was the kind of security that tempts a person to stop fighting, to stop searching, and to simply sink into the silence of a comfortable life. She lay back. The bed did not just receive her, it swallowed her. The 20 layers of down and silk surged up around her sides like a soft, white sea. It was the most perfect, weightless sensation she had ever known. For a moment, the grit of the road, the ache of her joints, and the cold memory of the scouring storm seemed to vanish. "Is this it?" she whispered to the dark ceiling. "Is this what it means to be a princess? To be so cushioned that the world no longer touches you?" She closed her eyes. She tried to let the layers of forgetfulness do their work. She tried to let the scent of the wild silk and the violet velvet lull her into the dreamless stupor that the Queen Mother had predicted for a common heart. But as the silence of the tower deepened, something strange began to happen. The more the bed tried to soothe her, the more her body resisted. The softness felt deceptive. It felt like a mask. And then she felt it. Deep, deep below, past the horsehair, past the eiderdown, past the linen of the wool, there was a pulse. It wasn't a heartbeat. It was a tiny, unyielding point of pressure. A grain of wrongness that refused to be softened. It was a minute. Hard truth that pierced through all 20 layers of grace, pressing against the small of her back like a cold emerald finger. The princess opened her eyes. The moonlight was sharp now, cutting across the room like a blade. She was in the most expensive bed in the world, surrounded by riches, that she had prayed for. Yet she had never felt more awake. The reckoning had begun. The tower clock struck midnight, the sound vibrating through the stone walls and up into the very core of the bed. For most, this was the hour of deepest oblivion. For the princess, the night was a battlefield. She shifted to her left. The violet velvet was soft as a kitten's ear, but beneath it, the seed felt like a hot coal. She turned to her right, sinking into the wild silk, but the pressure followed her. It was a tiny emerald green intrusion that seemed to grow larger the more she tried to ignore it. The white lawn of her gown was now twisted and damp with the sweat of her unrest. It offered her no shield. In the dark, the layers of forgetfulness began to fail. As she stared at the shadows on the ceiling, the long memory began to play. She didn't see the luxury of the room. She saw the night her future was signed away in a room filled with men in heavy robes. The accounting of the shadows. She remembered the scratch of the quill as they struck her name from the ledgers. She remembered the cold weight of the silence that followed when she tried to scream that she was still there, that she was the rightful heir. Toss, turn, settle, fail. She felt the grit of her years as a caregiver, the long hours of tending to others while her own life sat on a shelf, gathering dust. She felt the bruises of every no she had ever been given. Every time someone had looked at her work and called it common. Every time they had tried to steal her voice and replace it with a script. "Why can't I just sleep?" she hissed into the dark. "Why can't I just be grateful for the silk?" But the seed would not let her. It was the seed of sovereignty, and its job was to remind her that comfort is not the same as peace. To sleep through that pressure would be to admit she was numb. To accept the bed without question would be to admit she was an imposter. Only a true princess, one whose soul was tuned to the highest frequency of truth, could feel the wrongness of the single grain of injustice buried under 20 layers of lies. By 3 a.m, she stopped fighting the bed and started listening to the seed. It was telling her that her riches were coming, but they would not be given. They would be reclaimed. It was telling her that her voice was not lost. It was just waiting for the morning to be heard. She lay still, staring at the fading moon, letting the tiny, hard truth press into her spine. She was black. She was blue. And for the first time in 10 years, she was entirely herself. The sun rose over Oakhaven, not in a burst of gold, but in a sharp, clinical white that spared no shadow. In the great hall, the king and the prince sat at the long table, the steam from their tea rising into the cold air. The queen mother stood by the window, her silver rings catching the first light. The silence was heavy with expectation, the kind of silence that precedes a verdict. Then, the sound of footsteps. They weren't the light, airy steps of a girl trying to appear graceful. They were the deliberate, heavy thuds of someone who knew exactly where she was going. The princess entered. She had refused the paints and the powders offered by the maids. She had refused the heavy velvet robes that might have hidden her frame. She wore a simple gown of sea-gray linen, her hair pulled back from her face that looked as though it hadn't closed its eye for a lifetime. "Good morning," the king said, his voice hesitant. "I trust you found the guest chamber adequate? That you slept with the peace of the just?" The princess walked to the head of the table. She didn't sit. She stood before them, and the light from the high windows hit her squarely. "I did not sleep," she said. Her voice was no longer a rasp. It was a bell. I spent the night in a battle with a bed that tried to lie to me. Heaven only knows what was hidden in that mountain of silk, but it felt like I was lying on a jagged stone. I am black and blue from my shoulders to my heels. The prince looked at her, his breath catching. To the court, she might have looked unrefined or damaged, but to him, she looked like the first honest thing that he had seen in a decade. "You admit this?" the Queen Mother asked, stepping forward. "Most who come here would rather die than admit they'd felt anything less than a perfect comfort. They would hide their bruises under silk to prove that they belong in a palace." "I am done with hiding," the princess replied, her eyes flashing with the fire of the scouring storm. "My bruises are the map of my journey. They're the proof that I'm still awake while the rest of the world is numb. If this house requires me to be silent about the pain in order to be queen, then you have the wrong woman. But if you want a sovereign who can fill the smallest grain of injustice with the 20 layers of luxury, then you are looking at her." She reached out and laid her hand on the table. The bruises on her knuckles were visible, a dark violet against the white marble. She didn't pull her hand away. She held it there as a badge of office. The Queen Mother turned to the prince, a look of profound, magical relief on her face. "The seed has spoken," she whispered. "The voice has returned." The acknowledgement was not a loud affair. Truth rarely needs to shout once it's been heard. The prince stepped forward and took the princess's bruised hand in his own. He didn't kiss it as a gesture of gallantry. He held it with the reverence of a man who had finally found the anchor he had been searching for. At his touch, a strange thing happened. The gray, silent stone of the great hall seemed to breathe. A flush of color, the deep crimson of the old wine and the vibrant green of the new moss, began to bleed back into the tapestries. "You have found what was stolen," the prince whispered, "and in doing so, you have found us." The Queen Mother walked to the center of the hall and raised the copper mug. "The accounting of the shadows is over," she declared, her voice echoing into the high rafters. "The ledgers of the thieves are burned. The name that was buried is now carved into the stars once more." The restoration did not happen all at once, but in the days that followed, the kingdom transformed. The princess, now the sovereign, did not hide her journey. She ruled with her sleeves rolled up, her voice steady and clear in every room of the palace. She used her riches to build hearths for the cold. She used her security to protect the vulnerable. And she used her voice to tell the stories of those who were still walking their own long, muddy roads. The kingdom began to sing again. It was a low, humming song of restoration that traveled from the castle towers to the furthest orchards. The fruit grew heavy on the branches, and the people began to dream again, for they knew they were led by a woman who could feel the truth through any mountain of silk. As for the seed, the tiny emerald pea that had caused so much unrest, it was not thrown away. It was placed in a casket of clear crystal and kept in the great library. It stood as a reminder that the most powerful thing in the world is not the crown, but the sensitivity of a soul that refuses to be numb. And that night, the princess finally slept. She did not sleep on 20 mattresses of eiderdown and silk. She slept on a simple bed of cedar and linen beside a window that looked out over the kingdom at peace. The scouring storm had passed, leaving behind a world that was clean, honest, and bright. She closed her eyes, her breath falling into a slow, rhythmic ease. She was home. She was safe. She was heard. And in the silence of the night, the only sound was the soft, steady heartbeat of a life fully reclaimed. And now, as the sovereign sleeps, the kingdom of Oakhaven settles into its own rest. The shadows are now over, and the light of the new dawn has left a lingering peace across the stone walls and the high towers. You can hear it now, the rhythmic, gentle pulse of the realm. A soft, silver rain has begun to fall, washing away the last of the dust from the road. It's a quiet sound, a steady sound, tapping softly against the window of the tower. There is nothing left to manage. There are no more ledgers to balance. Your journey for tonight is complete. Let the sound of the rain be your blanket now. Let the warmth of the hearth be your guide. Sleep now. Deep, restorative sleep. Good night. Good night, Oakhaven. Good night. Tonight's story is called The Wild Swans, a quiet fairy tale of love, endurance, and promises kept. So settle in and let the story begin. Far away, in a kingdom where the mornings often began in silver mist and the evening settled softly over the roofs like folded blue velvet, there once lived a king who had 11 sons and one little daughter. His daughter was called Eliza. Before sorrow ever entered their lives, before enchantment and silence and long roads through dark forest, there was a time when the world felt whole to them. It wasn't a perfect world, because no world truly is, but it was warm in the way childhood can be warm, when love is still the shape of the walls around you, and the sound of familiar footsteps in the hall can make you feel safe, without even knowing why. The king's castle stood on a rise above a lake that held the sky so clearly that at dawn the water seemed to wake before the land did. White swans often drifted across it in the early light. Pine woods circled the farther shore, and beyond them were fields, small villages, old roads, and the long, quiet country that belonged to the crown. Inside the castle, there were great chambers with carved beams darkened by years of firelight, long corridors softened by woven runners, and the tall windows that looked east toward the water. In winter, candles glowed behind every pane like rows of patient stars. In summer, the windows stood open to the scent of the green leaves and the rain-washed earth. The 11 princes had been born one after another, so close in age that they seemed almost like one bright, laughing company rather than separate boys. Yet, each had his own face, his own way of moving through the world, his own voice in the lively music of the household. Some were bold and quick to race down the steps, 2 at a time. Some were thoughtful, stopping to watch the clouds gather over the lake or to listen to the old gardener speak of weather and birds. One loved horses best. Another would sit by the fire and shape little animals from bits of wood shaved smooth with a careful knife. One remembered every song he heard, and another had a gift for making even solemn servants hide a smile. And among them all moved Eliza, the youngest, the smallest, and in certain ways the heart of them. She wasn't loud, though she laughed easily. She was not timid, though she was gentle. And even as a child, she had a quiet steadiness about her, and if she listened not only to what people said, but what they meant, her hair fell soft and fair over her shoulders, and her eyes had that clear, attentive look that made people speak more kindly in her presence. Her brothers adored her. If the princes were sent to their lessons, one or another would glance back before disappearing through the schoolroom door, just to see whether Eliza was still in the corridor. If there were ripe berries in the kitchen garden, or the first hazelnuts of autumn, or a ribbon dropped from some festival trimming, it was brought to her, because no pleasure was complete until shared with their sister. In the evenings, when supper was done and the castle quieted into its gentler sounds, the children often gathered in the old nursery that had long ago belonged to the king himself. The room was high and warm, with a deep hearth, faded wall hangings, and shelves where worn books leaned shoulder to shoulder. A nurse with a soft lap and a patient voice would mend linen by the fire, while one prince read aloud, stumbling solemnly over long words until the others burst into laughter. Then another would seize the book and insist he could do better. Eliza loved those hours best. She liked the fire when it had burned low and red, liked the hush between one page and the next, liked the wind brushing at the window panes while everyone inside was safe and golden in the candlelight. Sometimes she would sit on the rug with her cheek against one brother's knee while another braided a narrow strip of rushes into the ring of her finger. Sometimes she would grow drowsy and lean against the eldest, listening as stories of distant countries floated over her like warm water. There were little ceremonies to their life together, the kind that seemed small at the time and precious only later. In the morning, the princess crossed the great hall with books beneath their arms and bent to kiss Eliza's hair as if out of habit. On cold afternoons, they walked the covered paths near the courtyard and let her place her mittened hands into theirs. On feast days, when music drifted up from below and the castle smelled of roasted apples, bread, cloves, and pine boughs, they made room for her among them, as though it were impossible to imagine the circle closed without her. Even the king, burned as he was with matters of council, harvest, roads, disputes, and treaties, softened when he came among his children. He loved them truly. That much must be said, though he was often occupied at times and wore the faraway expression of one whose thoughts are not his own, even for a single hour. He would still pause to lay a hand on his son's shoulder or draw Eliza close for a brief and absent-minded kiss. He would ask after lessons, after writing, after music. He would listen to their chatter with weary fondness of a father who takes comfort where he can find it. Yet, there was also an emptiness in that castle, though the children did not at first understand. Their mother was gone. Her portrait still hung in a quiet chamber where afternoon light touched the painted edge of her sleeve and the pearls at her throat. Fresh flowers were often set beneath it in the summer, and in winter there might only be evergreen cuttings, a few holly leaves, or a dish of dried lavender to keep the room from feeling too bare. The children had learned, each in a different way, to live around the absence. But absence is a tender thing. It leaves space. And sometimes, in the stillness after laughter, when the candles were burning low and the lake outside reflected a pale moon through the window glass, it seemed as if the castle itself were holding its breath. The days were beautiful then, but beauty is no promise. A home may be warm and yet not know what is already on its way. The children could not have guessed how near their happiness stood to its ending. They didn't know that the roads leading toward the castle even now carried change with them. They didn't know that love, once tested, would ask everything of them. They knew only the sweetness of those early years, the firelight, the lake, the woods, the clasp of familiar hands. And because they did not know, they were able, for a little while longer, to be entirely at peace. It was not long after those gentle years that the first quiet change came. At first, it didn't feel like change at all. The king began to travel more often, or so it seemed to the children. Messengers came and went with greater urgency. The long table in the council chamber was more frequently set with maps and sealed letters. There were conversations that ended with small footsteps approaching and doors that closed more softly, but more often than before. Then one evening, as the light faded early and the air carried the first thin edge of autumn, word spread through the castle that the king would soon return, and that he would not return alone. The household stirred with a different kind of energy. Fresh rushes were laid along the floors, tapestries were beaten free of dust and rehung, candles were trimmed and replaced in their holders. In the kitchens, great pots simmered from dawn until dusk, and the scent of roasted meats and spiced wine drifted through the corridors. Servants moved quickly, but with certain care, and though preparing not only for the arrival, but for judgment. The children watched all of this with curiosity. They had heard, in the way children hear such things, that their father had taken a new wife. The word itself felt strange to Eliza. A queen. She did not yet know what it would mean. She only knew that it would be different, that someone new would walk the halls where her mother's memory still lingered, in a small and quiet way. On the day of arrival, the sky lay pale and still over the lake, and the wind moved only lightly through the tops of the trees. The children were brought to the great hall and asked to stand in line, from the eldest to the youngest. Eliza stood near the end, her small hand tucked into the sleeve of a brother beside her. The doors opened. First came the king, travel-worn but upright, his cloak edged with the dust of the road, and beside him, walking, with a measured and graceful step, came the new queen. She was very beautiful. That was the first thing anyone would have said. Her gown fell in deep, rich folds, the color of dark leaves after rain. Her hair was arranged with careful precision, and a slender circlet rested lightly against her brow. Her face was pale, but not with weakness, rather with a stillness that gave her an air of calm control, as though she did not often yield to the moment, but held herself slightly apart from it. When she smiled, it was gentle. When she spoke, her voice was smooth and even. And yet, there was something in her gaze that did not quite rest. It moved lightly and quickly from one child to another, measuring without seeming to measure, noting without seeming to note. It didn't linger, and yet it missed nothing. The king called the children forward. One by one, they bowed. The eldest spoke first, offering a careful greeting. The others followed, each in turn, some steady, some shy, some glancing briefly up before lowering their eyes again. When it was Eliza's turn, she stepped forward and curtsied, just as she had been taught. For a brief moment, the queen's gaze settled fully upon her. Eliza felt it, not as something sharp, but as something cool, like stepping into water that is colder than expected. She lifted her eyes for only a second, and in that second, she saw not unkindness exactly, but distance, a kind of quiet refusal. The queen's smile didn't change. "Well," she said softly, "such a large family and a lively family." Her hand rested lightly on Eliza's head, though the touch itself was brief. "Children bring much noise to a household," she added, almost thoughtfully. The king laughed, as though it were a light remark, and drew her further into her hall. That evening, there was a feast. Music filled the lower chambers, and torches flickered along the walls, their light dancing across polished surfaces and bright fabrics. The children sat together, as they always had, but something in the air felt different. Less like a circle, more like a line that had been gently drawn between what was and what would be. The queen spoke little during the meal. She listened. She watched. When one of the younger princes laughed too loudly, her eyes shifted, just slightly. When two others began to whisper together, her gaze moved again. It was never harsh, never openly displeased, but it was present in a way that made even the boldest among them grow a little quieter without fully understanding why. Eliza noticed it most in the spaces between things, and the way the servants stood a little straighter, and the way the candles seemed to burn more steadily, as though even the air had stilled to accommodate her. In the way her father, when he turned toward his new queen, seemed both pleased and distant somehow, as if part of him were already yielding to her presence in ways he did not yet recognize. Days passed, then weeks. At first the changes were small. The children were sent more often to their lessons and kept there longer. The hours in the nursery grew fewer. The doors to certain rooms were closed. not with force, but with quiet finality. The laughter that had once echoed easily along the corridors began to soften, then to thin. The queen didn't raise her voice. She didn't need to. Her wishes were expressed with calm certainty, and they were carried out without question. The princes found themselves corrected for things that had once passed unnoticed. Boots left near a door were quietly removed. Books left open were closed and taken away. Games that spilled from one room into another were gently, but firmly, ended. Nothing seemed cruel, and yet everything seemed changed. Eliza felt it most keenly in the absence of ease. Where she once had moved through the castle without thinking, she now paused before entering a room, uncertain whether she was meant to be there. Where once she would have spoken freely, she now found herself holding back, listening first, measuring her words in ways she had never needed to before. Her brothers tried, in their different ways, to keep things as they had been. They still brought her small treasures when they could. They still gathered in quiet corners when the day allowed it. But even these moments felt thinner now, and though they were being held together against something that pressed steadily and silently from all sides. And sometimes, in the evenings, when the light had faded and the castle settled into its deeper quiet, Eliza would stand by the window and look out across the lake. The swans were still there. They moved across the water in pale, unhurried lines, their reflections wavering soft beneath them. The forest beyond remained dark and steady. The wind moved through it in long, slow breaths. The world outside had not changed, only the world within. And though Eliza could not yet name the feeling that had begun to grow in her chest, she knew, in a quiet way that children sometimes know such things, that the warmth of her earlier days was beginning, very gently, to fade. The change, when it finally came, did not arrive with noise. It came quietly in the early hours of a morning that seemed, at first, like any other. A pale light lay across the lake, thin as silk. The sky had not yet taken on its full color, and the castle still held that soft hush that belongs only to the moments before the day begins in earnest. In the corridors, candles had burned low. In the courtyards, the air was cool and still. Eliza woke with the faint sense that something was different. She didn't know what it was, only that the morning felt unsettled, as though a familiar rhythm had broken during the night, and the world had not quite found its way back again. She rose and dressed, moved quietly so as not to wake the others who slept nearby. The stones beneath her feet were cool. Somewhere far off she heard the low murmur of voices, not the easy, unguarded voices of servants beginning their work, but something softer, more careful. When she stepped into the corridor, she saw at once that it was not as it should be. 2 servants stood near the far end, speaking in hushed tones. When they noticed her, they fell silent. "Eliza," one of them said gently, though his voice carried a strain she had never heard before, "you should return to your chamber." "My brothers," she said at once, her heart beginning to move faster. "Where are they?" The servants exchanged a glance. "They are not to be disturbed just now." The answer did not soothe her. It deepened the unease rising within her. Without waiting for permission, she turned and hurried down the corridor, her steps light but quick, her breath coming a little faster with each passing moment. She knew the way to her brother's rooms without thinking. She had walked it 100 times, laughing, calling ahead, sometimes racing to be the first to knock. Now she reached the door and found it closed. That too was wrong. It was never closed to her. She lifted her hand and pushed it open. The room beyond was empty. The beds were undisturbed as though they had not been slept in. The blankets lay smooth, the pillows untouched. The window stood open and the morning air drifted in, carrying with it the scent of water and distant trees. For a moment, Eliza simply stood there. The silence in the room felt too large. "My brothers," she called softly. No answer came. She moved forward, her fingers brushing the edge of a table, the back of a chair, as though the familiar shapes might anchor her to something certain. But everything felt strangely distant, as if the room itself no longer belonged to the life she had known. Then faintly, from beyond the window, she heard it. A sound like wings. Not the soft occasional flutter of birds that had often passed over the lake, but something stronger, fuller, a beating of air that seemed to gather and rise all at once. Eliza turned. She went to the window and leaned out. Above the water, just beyond the slope of the hill, a great movement filled the sky. Swans, not one or two, but many. They rose together from the edge of the lake, their white wings catching the pale light of the morning. For a moment, they seemed almost to glow, as though the dawn itself had taken shape and lifted into the air. Eliza's breath caught. There was something in the way they moved, something not wild, not distant, but familiar in a way she could not yet understand. She watched as they circled above the water, their wings steady, their bodies turning in a slow, graceful arc. Then, as though guided by a single thought, they began to fly outward, away from the castle, toward the line of dark trees that marked the far edge of the world she knew. "No," she whispered, though she did not know why. She ran. Down the corridor, through the turning stair, across the great hall where the door still stood open from the night before. Her steps echoed now, sharp against the stone, breaking the quiet that had settled over everything. Outside, the air struck cool against her face. She didn't stop. She ran across the courtyard past the still fountain, through the narrow gate that led toward the path descending to the lake. Her breath came fast now, her heart beating hard against her ribs as though it had already understood what her mind had not yet found the shape to hold. When she reached the water's edge, the swans were already far out over the lake. They moved in a long, pale line, their wings rising and falling in the rhythm that seemed both powerful and unhurried. The surface of the water trembled beneath them, catching fragments of their reflection, breaking and reforming with each passing moment. "Eliza?" The voice came from behind her. She turned. The queen stood at the top of the path, her figure still and composed against the gray of the morning. Her dark gown moved only slightly in the breeze, and her hands were folded before her, as though this was any ordinary moment. "You should not run so carelessly," she said. Eliza stared at her. "My brothers," she said, her voice unsteady now. "Where are they?" The queen's gaze followed the line of swans as they moved farther and farther away. "Gone," she said simply. Eliza shook her head. "No." A faint smile touched the queen's lip. Not warm, not kind, but quiet and certain. "They have taken the form that suits them best," she said. "Wild creatures, restless, untamed. It's fitting, do you not think?" Eliza's hands trembled at her side. "You've done this?" she said. It wasn't a question. The queen didn't answer at once. Instead, she stepped forward, slowly, until she just stood a little nearer, close enough that Eliza could see the calm steadiness in her eyes. No anger, no haste, no doubt. "Children," she said softly, "must sometimes be guided. A household cannot remain in disorder forever." Eliza felt something inside her shift then, not break, Not yet, but change. Fear was there, but beneath it, something steadier began to rise. "They are not yours to change," she said, though her voice was quiet. The queen regarded this for a long moment. "No," she said at last, "but you are still here." The words settled heavily in the air between them. Eliza turned back toward the lake. The swans were smaller now, their bright forms fading into the distance, becoming no more than the pale shapes against the widening light of the morning sky. She watched them until her eyes blurred, until she could no longer tell where they ended and where the sky began. And still she stood there, unmoving, as the wind lifted gently from the water and passed around her, carrying with it the last faint echo of wings. The world had not grown louder. It had grown quieter, as though something living and bright had been taken from it, and though Eliza did not yet know what would be required of her, or how far she would have to go, or how long she would have to endure, she knew this, with certainty, that settled deep within her. She would not forget them. Not the sound of their voices, not the warmth of their hands, not the way they had filled the world around her with life. Even if they had been carried beyond her reach, even if the path ahead was dark, she would follow. In whatever way she could, she would follow. Time, after that morning, did not pass as it once had. It no longer moved in warm, familiar patterns of lessons and laughter, of shared meals and quiet evenings by the fire. Instead, it stretched and thinned, each day unfolding with a stillness that felt watchful, as though the castle itself had grown cautious of what might come next. For a little while, Eliza remained. She moved through the halls as she always had, though more quietly now, as though careful not to disturb something unseen. The places that had once held the easy rhythm of her brother's presence now felt too large, too empty. The nursery was seldom used. The corridors echoed differently. Even the great hall seemed to hold its breath, as though remembering what had been lost. The king spoke little of it. When Eliza asked, he answered gently, but without clarity, as though the truth lay just beyond his reach. He spoke of distant lands, of change, of things that must be accepted. His voice was kind, but it carried a quiet distance that had not been there before. And the queen watched. She did not speak of the princes at all. Her attention rested instead on Eliza. Not always directly, not with harshness, but with a steady, quiet focus that made Eliza feel as though she were being measured against something unseen. "You are no longer a child," the queen said one evening as they walked together along the covered gallery that overlooked the lake. The air was cool, and the last light of day rested in soft bands across the water. "You must learn to carry yourself accordingly." Eliza did not answer. She had begun to understand her words held little weight here. Still, something within her remained steady. The same quiet strength that had always been part of her now settled more deeply, as though taking root. Days later, the decision was made. It was spoken as if something necessary, something proper, something for Eliza's own good. She would be sent away. "To be raised as befits her station," the queen said, her voice calm, her expression unchanged. The king agreed. Whether from weariness or uncertainty or some influence he did not fully resist, Eliza could not know, only that the decision, once spoken, was not undone. And so, on a morning veiled in a soft gray mist, Eliza left the castle. There was no ceremony, no gathering of voices, only the quiet preparation of a small carriage, the careful folding of her few belongings, and the low murmur of servants who did not quite meet her eyes. She paused once, at the edge of the courtyard. The stones beneath her feet were still damp with early dew. The windows above reflected the pale sky. Somewhere within those walls were the rooms that had held her entire world. She looked toward the lake. The water lay still. For a moment, she thought she saw a white shape moving far out near the far shore, but the mist shifted, and it was gone. Then she stepped into the carriage. The road carried her away, through the outer gates, beyond the low stone walls, into the long quiet of the countryside. The journey passed in a gentle blur of fields and forest, of distant cottages and narrow roads that curved out of sight before they could be followed. The sound of wheels over earth and stone settled into a steady rhythm, one that might have soothed her once. Now, she simply listened. She didn't cry, not because she didn't feel the loss, but because something in her had grown still in the face of it, as though her heart, unable to hold the full weight of what had been taken, had chosen instead to carry it quietly. At last, they came to a place that would be her new home. It was not unkind. There were gentlewomen there, and rooms that were neat and orderly, and gardens that held their own quiet beauty. The days were structured, the expectations clear. Eliza was given what she needed, but it was not hers. The air didn't carry the same familiar scent. The walls didn't remember her laughter. The evenings did not gather in the same warm way around a shared fire. And always, beneath the surface of each passing day, there remained an absence. Years moved quietly forward. Eliza grew. Her hair lengthened, her features softened into the calm grace of early womanhood. Her hands learned skill and patience. Her voice, when she used it, was gentle and measured. But within her, the memory of her brothers did not fade. If anything, it deepened. Sometimes, in the early morning, before the others had risen, she would walk beyond the garden walls and stand at the edge of the trees. She would listen to the wind moving through the branches, to the distant calls of the birds waking the day. And always, she wondered where they had gone, whether they still lived, whether somewhere beneath feathers and sky and distance they still remembered her. It was during one of these quiet mornings that the change came again. She had gone farther than usual that day, drawn by a feeling she could not fully name. The forest opened before her in long, shadowed paths, the ground soft beneath her feet, the air cool and filled with the scent of moss and damp leaves. She walked without haste, listening, watching. And then she heard it, a sound like wings. Her breath stilled. She lifted her gaze. Above the trees, moving across the pale light of the morning sky, came a line of white swans. They flew in a slow, steady formation, their wings rising and falling in a rhythm that seemed to echo something deep within her chest. Not hurried, not lost, guided. Eliza stepped forward, her eyes fixed on them. They passed overhead close enough now that she could see the shape of each wing, the curve of each neck. For a moment, just a moment, one of them turned, and in that turning, something within her knew. Not with certainty, and not with proof, but with a recognition that needed neither. "My brothers," she whispered. The word did not break the quiet. It settled into it. The swans moved on, gliding toward the distant line where the forest met open land. Eliza did not hesitate. She followed. At first, her steps were careful, measured. The path beneath her was uneven, the way uncertain. But as the trees began to thin and the light widened ahead, her pace quickened. She moved through the forest and out into the open, where the land sloped gently toward a distant shore. The lake lay there once more. Not the same lake she had known as a child, Yet something in its stillness, its wide, quiet surface, felt like an echo of that earlier place. The swans descended. One by one, they lowered themselves to the water, their wings folding, their bodies settling into the gentle motion of the lake. Eliza stood at the edge of the shore. The wind moved softly around her. The water reflected the pale sky. And before her, just beyond her reach, the swans drifted. She didn't call out. Not yet. She only watched, her hands still at her sides, her breath slow and steady. As though, after all this time, she had finally come to the edge of something that would not turn away. And in the quiet space between one moment and the next, she knew. She had found them, or at least, she had found the path that would lead her back. Eliza didn't call out to them. Not at first. She stood at the edge of the shore, her breath slow, her hands still at her sides, as though the moment itself required quiet in order to remain. The swans drifted across the water, not hurried, not distant, but near enough now that she could see the soft layering of their feathers, the gentle turning of their long necks, and the steady awareness in their dark eyes. They saw her. She felt it, not with certainty, but with something deeper than certainty. Recognition. "My brothers," she said softly. The words seemed to settle over the water rather than travel across it. And yet, they were heard. A movement passed between the swans. They drew closer. Then, as the day began to lean toward evening, and the light softened into gold and pale gray, the air itself seemed to grow still. The lake quieted. The wind softened. And before her eyes, the swans began to change. It was not sudden, not sharp, but gentle, as though each of them were remembering the shape that they had once held. Wings folded inward, feathers gave way, and one by one, her brothers stood before her again, barefoot at the water's edge, pale with distance and time, but unmistakable. For a moment, no one moved. Then Eliza stepped forward, and they came to her. They gathered around her, their arms closing around her shoulders, her hands, her back, as though they feared she might vanish if they held her too lightly. "Eliza, you found us. We thought—" The words broke and softened and fell away. They didn't need them. She closed her eyes briefly, feeling the warmth of them, the living, human warmth she had carried in memory through every quiet morning, every uncertain day. They were here. After a time, they drew back, though not far. The eldest looked at her gently. "We cannot remain like this for long," he said. Eliza held his gaze. "I know," she answered, though she had only just begun to understand. "By day we are bound to the sky," he continued. "We must fly as swans from the first light until evening falls. Only then may we return to our lives. And even then, only until the night deepens." Eliza slowly nodded. "And where do you go?" she asked. The brothers exchanged a quiet glance. "Far," one of them said. "Across waters, beyond forests, we cannot always choose where the wind carries us." Another added softly, "But we return here when we can." Eliza looked out across the lake. The place felt already set apart, quiet, removed from the rest of the world, as though it existed just beyond the reach of ordinary paths. "You must come with us," the eldest said then. She looked back at him. "How?" He gestured toward the water. As the last of the evening light settled over the lake, the brothers stepped back, and their forms began to shift once more. Arms became wings, voices faded into silence, and in their place, the swans stood again. But this time, they did not move away. Instead, Several of them came close to the shore. One by one, they lowered themselves into the water, their bodies steady, their wings slightly lifted. Eliza understood. Not through words, but through trust. She stepped forward. The water was cold at first, but not harsh. The surface parted gently around her as she moved closer, reaching out. One of the swans bent low beside her. Carefully, so carefully, she placed her hands upon his wings. The feathers were smooth and strong beneath her fingers. Another swan moved beside the first, then another. Together, they formed a quiet, living support. Eliza allowed herself to lean into them, to be held, to be carried. They did not rush. They moved slowly across the water, their wings steady, their bodies guiding her with a strength that did not feel wild, but certain. The lake opened before them. The shore grew distant behind. The sky deepened into evening, and Eliza, held gently between them, was carried across. When at last they reached the far side, the land rose in a narrow stretch of earth, an island, quiet and untouched, ringed by low grasses and shadowed trees. The swans guided her to the shore. She stepped onto the ground. The air there felt different, still, as though the island held its own silence separate from the world beyond the water. As night settled, the swans came ashore once more, and once more they changed. Her brother stood before her again. "This is where we return," the eldest said, "as often as we can." Eliza looked around. The island was simple. No shelter but the trees, no fire, no walls, only the quiet presence of earth and water and sky. And yet, it didn't feel empty. It felt held. "What must I do?" she asked. There was no hesitation now, only readiness. The brothers grew still. The eldest spoke. "There is a way to break the enchantment," he said, "but it will require more of you than we ever would wish to ask." Eliza met his gaze. "You need not ask," she said quietly. "Only tell me." For a moment, something softened in his expression. Then he continued. "You must gather the stinging nettles that grow in the deepest parts of the forest," he said, "or among the old burial grounds where the earth has not been disturbed." Eliza listened. "You must take them in your hands," he said. "Though they will burn your skin, you may crush them, soften them, and spin them into thread." Her fingers curled slightly at her sides. "And from that thread," he said, "you must weave shirts, one for each of us." Eliza nodded. "And when they're finished?" she asked. "They must be placed upon us," he said, "each one before the rising of the sun." The wind moved softly through the trees. "There is one more thing," he added. Eliza waited. "You must not speak," he said quietly. "Not a single word from the moment you begin until the last shirt is finished." The stillness deepened. "If you speak," he continued, "even once, all that you have done will be undone, and we will remain as we are." Eliza felt the weight of it settle within her. The forest, the nettles, the long hours, the silence, and then her brothers. "I will do it," she said. The answer came without hesitation. The eldest stepped closer. "It will not be easy," he said. "I know. There will be pain. I know. You will have to endure it alone." Eliza did not look away. "I have endured before," she said softly. "This has purpose." The brothers understood. They came closer once more, standing with her in the quiet of the island, the night deepening gently around them. Then after a moment, One of her younger brothers stepped forward. He hesitated slightly, as though uncertain whether to speak. "I will remain with you as long as I can," he said. Eliza looked at him. A small, quiet warmth moved through her. "Thank you," she said. The night settled. The stars rose, and soon the time given to them began to close. One by one, her brothers stepped back. Their forms shifted once more. Once again, they became swans. They moved toward the water, then lifted into the night. All but one. The youngest lingered a moment longer beside her, his gaze steady, his presence quiet, but sure. Then he, too, turned, and the sky received them. Eliza stood alone on the island. The water lay dark and still. The forest waited beyond. The task had been given. The path had begun. And though the night stretched long before her, she did not feel lost. She stepped forward, and in the silence that would now become her companion, she began. The forest received her without resistance. It did not welcome her, exactly, but neither did it turn her away. Eliza stepped from the narrow edge of the island into the deeper path that led beyond the water, her feet moving carefully over the soft ground, her hands brushing lightly against the branches as she passed. The air was cool, shaded, carrying the scent of earth and leaves and something older, something that had been growing long before she arrived. Behind her, the lake lay still. Before her, the forest opened. She didn't hurry. There was no need. The task had already begun the moment she said yes. The path was not clearly marked, but it didn't feel uncertain. It wound beneath trees whose trunks rose tall and steady, their bark darkened by time, their branches woven together high above, allowing only thin strands of light to reach the ground below. In those quieter places, the air grew cooler. The sounds softened. Even the birds seemed to speak more gently. Eliza walked until the light began to shift toward evening again. Though here, beneath the trees, it was difficult to tell how much time had passed. The forest held its own rhythm, slower, deeper, untouched by the hurried movements of the world beyond it. At last she came upon the place where the ground dipped slightly inward, forming a shallow hollow between the roots of the several old trees. There, set into the earth itself, was an opening of a small cave. It wasn't large, not grand, but it was sheltered. The stone around the entrance was smooth in places, worn by time or weather, or perhaps by the quiet passing of others who had once stood where she now stood. Eliza paused. She looked at the cave, then at the trees, then back again. It would be enough. She stepped inside. The air within was cool and still. The space narrowed slightly as it curved inward, but not so much that it felt confining. There was room enough to sit, to rest, to work. She gathered a few fallen branches from just outside and brought them in. With careful hand, she arranged them near the entrance, where the light could still reach. It wasn't a fire, not yet, but it marked the beginning of something lived in, something shaped by her presence. This would be her place, for however long it would take. As evening settled, she stepped once more outside. The forest had grown dim. The first traces of night moved quietly between the trees, softening edges, deepening shadows. It was time. She searched for them where her brothers had said they would be, in the darker places, where the ground was undisturbed, where the light didn't linger. She found them near the base of the cluster of stones, half hidden beneath low growth. Nettles. At first, they didn't seem remarkable. Thin stems, serrated leaves, soft, almost delicate in their appearance. But Eliza knew. She knelt beside them. For a moment, she simply looked, not in hesitation, but in understanding. Then slowly, she reached out her hand. The first touch was sharp, a sudden, stinging heat that spread across her skin faster than she expected. It wasn't unbearable, but it was immediate, insistent, impossible to ignore. Her breath caught. Her fingers tightened slightly, but she did not pull away. Instead, she closed her hand around the stems. The sting deepened, moved, spread, and still she held. One by one, she gathered them, carefully, deliberately. Each touch brought the same sharp burn. Each movement carried the same quiet test of will. But the rhythm began to settle. Reach, hold, gather, place, again, and again, and again. By the time she returned to the cave, her hands were marked with it, reddened, sensitive, alive with the lingering heat of what she had taken upon herself. She sat near the entrance where the last of the light still reached. For a moment, she did nothing, only breathed, only allowed the feeling to move through her without resistance. Then she began. She crushed the nettles as best she could, working them carefully between her fingers, breaking down their shape, softening them into something that could be shaped again. It was slow work, unfamiliar. Her hands were not yet skilled at it, but they learned. Little by little, the fibers began to separate, to lengthen, to hold together in new ways. She worked in silence, not because she was forced to, not yet, but because the silence had already begun to take its place around her. It didn't feel empty. It felt full, as though each moment, each breath, each small act of persistence carried its own quiet meaning. The light faded. Night settled. The forest grew still. From beyond the trees, faintly, so faintly she may have imagined it, she heard the distant sounds of wings, her brothers, returning. She didn't rise. She didn't call out. She continued to work. Her fingers moved slowly, steadily, shaping the fibers into something finer, something more deliberate. The pain in her hands didn't vanish, but it did change. It became something she could carry, something that no longer surprised her, but moved with her, part of the work itself. Time passed. She didn't measure it. There was no need. There was only the next movement, the next thread, the next breath. And though she was alone, she didn't feel abandoned. The forest held her. The cave sheltered her. The task guided her. And somewhere beyond the darkness, her brothers lived. That was enough. She worked until her hands grew tired, until the first fragile strands of thread lay before her, uneven, but real. A beginning. She looked at them for a moment, not with pride, not with doubt, but with quiet recognition. This was how it would be, slow, steady, endured. She drew her hands back, resting them gently on her lap. The night had deepened. The air was cool. The world was quiet in a way that felt complete. Eliza closed her eyes, not to sleep, but to rest. Only for a little while. Tomorrow, she would gather more. Tomorrow, she would continue. And in that simple, steady promise, something within her settled. She had begun, and she would not stop. Morning came gently to the forest, not all at once, but in quiet layers. The sky lightened behind the trees, shadows softened along the ground. and the first birds began to stir, their voices returning one at a time until the stillness of night slowly gave way to the rhythm of a new day. Eliza was already awake. She had not slept long, only rested in stillness, her back against the cool stone of the cave, her hands folded loosely in her lap. The faint sting in her fingers had settled into something quieter now, not gone, but changed into a steady warmth that no longer surprised her. For a few moments, she remained where she was, listening. The forest didn't rush, and she began to understand that she did not need to rush either. At last, she rose and stepped outside. The morning light filtered softly through the trees, falling in narrow strands across the ground. The air was cool and clean, carrying the scent of damp earth, leaves, and distant water. She looked toward the lake. The swans were gone. She did not search for them. She understood now how it worked, how they belonged to the sky, and by day they would return only when the evening came. Turning back toward the deeper forest, she began her work again. She walked farther than she had the day before, moving with a quiet purpose that had already begun to settle into her steps. The path wasn't clear, but she no longer needed it to be. She followed the shaded places, the stillness, the ground that felt untouched. There, among stones and low growth, she found the nettles again. This time, she did not hesitate as long. She knelt and reached for them. The sting came just as before, sharp, immediate, and spreading quickly across her skin. Her breath caught, and for a moment, her fingers tightened, but she did not draw back. Instead, she continued, gathering them one by one with careful, deliberate movements. Her hands began to remember. The rhythm returned more easily now, reaching, holding, gathering, placing. Each motion followed, without hurry, without resistance. When she returned to the cave, her hands were marked again, reddened and sensitive, but she did not dwell on the discomfort. She sat near the entrance where the light still reached and began her work. She crushed the nettles slowly, working them between her fingers, separating the fibers as best she could. The process was unfamiliar, but it was no longer uncertain. The strands began to form again, uneven but stronger than before. Time passed without measure. The light shifted across the ground and then slipped away. The air warmed and cooled again. The forest remained steady around her. She didn't speak, not even to herself. The silence had changed. It no longer felt like something outside of her, but something she carried within her, as natural as her breath or a steady movement of her hands. By late afternoon, she had gathered more than the day before. It was not enough, but it was progress, and that was what mattered. She rose slowly and stepped outside once more. The air had changed. At first, she couldn't have said how, but after a moment, she felt it. A subtle disturbance, something moving through the stillness that did not belong to the wind or weather. Then she heard it, the distant sound of hooves. It came faintly at first, then more clearly, measured and steady, drawing nearer through the trees. Eliza remained where she was. She didn't hide. She didn't retreat. She simply waited. Through the shifting light and shadow, figures began to appear. Men on horseback, moving carefully with purpose. Their presence felt different from the quiet rhythm of the forest, but not violent, only human. At the center rode a man whose presence set him apart. He was not dressed in excess, nor did he carry himself with display, but there was a quiet authority in the way the others moved around him, in the space they gave without being told. A king. Eliza knew it at once. The horses slowed as they reached the clearing, and after a moment, the king dismounted and stepped forward. He approached her without haste, as one might approach something not fragile, but worthy of care. "You are far from any road," he said. His voice was calm and even, without demand. Eliza met his gaze, but she did not answer. The silence between them was not strained. It simply remained, as steady as everything else around her. He studied her for a moment, then asked more gently, "Do you live here?" Again, she did not speak. Not because she would not, but because she could not. Already, she understood what would be required of her. The silence was no longer a possibility. It had become a part of the path that she had chosen. The king's expression shifted slightly, not toward suspicion, but toward curiosity. There was no fear in her, no confusion, no plea, only a calm steadiness that did not match the wildness of the place. His gaze moved briefly toward the cave, toward the gathered nettles at the beginnings of her work, and then he returned to her. "You're not lost?" he said. It was not a question. Eliza held his gaze. After a moment, he spoke again. "Well, you cannot remain here," he said gently. "The forest is not a place to live alone." She did not move. The king seemed to understand something then, not everything, but enough. "You may come with us," he said. There was no command in his voice, only an offering. Eliza turned her gaze briefly toward the deeper forest, toward the places where the nettles grew, toward the work that waited. Then she looked back at him. She gave a small, quiet nod. The king did not press her further. He turned and signaled to one of his men, who brought forward a horse. Eliza stepped forward and mounted with calm, careful movements. She didn't look back, not because she didn't care, but because she had already chosen. The forest would remain, the work would continue, wherever she was taken. And as the riders turned and moved once more through the trees, the light shifted around them, softening into evening, guiding them outward. Eliza rode with them in silence, steady and composed, carrying within her the task she had begun and the promise she would not break. The journey from the forest to the king's castle passed in a calm and steady rhythm. The horses moved along narrow roads that slowly widened as they drew nearer to settled lands. The deep woods gave way to open fields, and fields to small villages where smoke rose gently from chimneys and the scent of bread and wood fire lingered in the air. Eliza rode among them in silence. She did not resist. She didn't question. She remained as she was, quiet, composed, and inwardly turned toward the work she had begun. By the time they reached the castle, evening had begun to fall. The walls rose pale against the dimming sky, their windows catching the light of day. Torches were being lit along the outer gates, their flames moving softly in the cooling air. The great doors opened, and Eliza was brought inside. The castle was warm, ordered, and full of quiet movement. Voices echoed through its halls. Footsteps passed with purpose. Firelight softened the stone walls and flickered across the polished floors. It was a place of structure and safety, of routine and expectation. And yet, for Eliza, it felt distant. Not unkind, but not her own. Servants came to her with care, offering water, clean garments, a place to rest. She accepted all of it with quiet grace. But she didn't speak, not a single word. The king noticed. He didn't press her. Instead, he allowed her silence to remain, watching her with quiet attentiveness that didn't intrude. Days passed. Eliza moved through the castle with the same calm steadiness that she had carried with her in the forest. Her silence didn't feel uncertain. It felt chosen, held carefully in place like something she would not allow to be broken. But others began to notice. At first, it was simple curiosity. A woman found alone in the forest, brought back by the king himself, quiet, composed, and unwilling, or unable to explain herself. They watched her. They wondered. And slowly their wondering began to take shape. There was a man in the court who watched more closely than the others. He was not part of the king's household in the ordinary sense. He wore no fine court garments, nor did he carry himself with display. His robes were simple, his manner composed, his presence quiet, but steady. He was a man of the church, and where others observed with curiosity, he observed with judgment. Not harshly, not loudly, with a kind of still certainty that did not easily shift. He saw Eliza's silence. He saw the way she kept apart, and he did not see innocence in it. He saw something hidden. One evening, as the candles were being lit and the castle settled into the softer evening hours, he approached the king. "My lord," he said gently, inclining his head. The king turned to him. "You have taken in a stranger," the man continued. "I have given shelter where it was needed," the king replied. The man inclined his head again. "And yet she does not speak." "No, nor does she offer any account of herself." The king was quiet for a moment. "She has done no harm." The man's expression did not change. "There are those," he said carefully, "whose harm is not easily seen." The words were not sharp, but they lingered. Eliza was given a quiet chamber in the castle. It was simple and removed from the busiest part of the court, and for that she was grateful. There she continued her work. She gathered what she could in small, careful ways, fibers taken from outer grounds, hidden within her garments, carried back in silence. It was not enough, but it was something. And so she worked. Always she worked. Her hands moved steadily, shaping the rough fibers into thread into something that might one day become the first of the shirts. The man of the cloth continued to watch. He didn't approach her directly. Instead, he observed from a distance. He noticed the way she moved at night, the way she gathered things that others did not use, the strange green fibers she kept hidden, the quiet persistence of her work. And slowly, his concern deepened. One evening, he entered her chamber. Not abruptly, but without announcement. Eliza rose at once. She stood quietly, her hands resting at her sides. He looked around the room. The bed, the small table, the dim light of a single candle. And then, the fibers. He stepped closer. He reached out, lifting a strand between his fingers. "What is this?" he asked. Eliza didn't answer. She couldn't. The silence settled between them. He studied her. Longer this time. More carefully. "You will not speak?" he said. Eliza lowered her gaze silently. Not in guilt, not in fear, but in acceptance of what must be. The man's expression remained composed, but something within it shifted. After that, the quiet watching became something more defined. Less curiosity, more certainty. The small observations that had once been harmless began to gather weight. She does not speak. She works in secret. She was found alone. She gathers strange plants. The words moved softly through the court, never spoken loudly, but repeated often enough that they began to settle into belief. The man returned to the king. "My lord," he said, "I would ask that you consider what you have brought into your home." The king's expression did not harden, but it grew more serious. "She has done nothing to deserve suspicion." "Not yet," the man replied gently, "but there are signs that should not be ignored." The king did not answer at once, and in that pause, something began to shift. Not trust, but certainty. Eliza felt it, not as something loud, but as something present, in the way voices softened when she entered a room, in the way glances lingered, in the way the air itself seemed to hold a quiet question around her. Still, she did not stop. She worked when she could, she gathered what little she was able, and she shaped the fibers slowly, steadily, without haste. The first shirt had begun, rough, uneven, but real. At night, when the castle grew still and the last candles burned low, Eliza would pause for only a moment. She would lift her head and listen. Beyond the walls, beyond the quiet, there, faintly, the sound of wings, her brothers, passing somewhere in the darkness above. She did not go to the window. She didn't call out. She returned to her work. The days moved forward. The thread grew. The silence deepened. And though the world around her began to turn uncertain, Eliza remained steady, unmoved in her purpose, unbroken in her resolve. She would finish what she had begun, no matter how she was seen, no matter what was believed, no matter what would come. She would finish. The days that followed did not slow. If anything, they seemed to move more quickly, as though time itself had begun to gather and press forward towards something already waiting. Within her chamber, Eliza worked. The first shirt had taken shape, rough and uneven, its threads imperfect, its form not yet what it needed to be, but it held. It was real. And once it was finished, she did not pause long before beginning the next. Her hands had changed. The sting of the nettles no longer startled her. It came and settled, sharp at first, then fading into a steady warmth that lived beneath her skin. Her fingers grew more certain in her movements. The fibers obeyed her more readily. The threads held together, longer. Still, the work was slow, always slow, and always requiring more. Outside her chamber, the quiet unease with the court had begun to take a firmer shape. The man of the cloth spoke more often now with the king, his voice never raised, never harsh, but steady and unyielding in its concern. "She keeps herself apart," he said one evening. "She works in secret. She gathers things that are not meant for use within these walls." The king listened. "She has harmed no one," he replied. "Not all harm is seen in its beginning," the man said. The words settled heavily between them. And though the king did not agree, he no longer dismissed what was being said. Eliza felt the shift, not in a single moment, but in many small ones. The way the servants lingered less, the way conversations ended when she entered, the way the air itself seemed to hold a quiet judgment that had not been seen before. Still, she didn't stop. She worked when she could. She gathered what little she was able. She shaped the fibers, thread by thread, until the second shirt began to take form beside the first. Time passed. The third shirt began. Then the fourth. Each one came more quickly than the last, though never easily. Her hands bore the marks of her labor, reddened, worn, and yet steady. At night, when the castle lay quiet, she would sometimes pause, lifting her head slightly, listening for the distant sound of wings. They came, always faint, always far, but enough. Enough to remind her that she was not working alone in the world, even if she stood alone in that room. Then one evening, the quiet tension within the court broke. Eliza had gone, as she sometimes did, beyond the walls of the castle to gather what she needed. The outer grounds had long since been stripped of what she required, and so she had walked further, into the shadowed places where the nettles still grew. She moved carefully, quickly, but without haste. Her hands worked as they always did. She didn't hear the footsteps behind her. Not at first, but when she rose, her arms full of gathered nettles, she saw them, men, watching. Their expressions were uncertain, but not kind. One stepped forward. "What are you doing?" he asked. Eliza did not answer. She could not. The man's gaze moved to the plants in her hands, the marks upon her skin, to the silence she held. And something in his expression changed. She was brought back to the castle, not roughly, but not gently either. Word spread quickly. It moved through the halls, through the servants' quarters, through the court itself, gathering as it went, shaping itself into something more certain with each telling. She was found gathering strange plants in the dark. She would not speak. She hides her work. She refuses to answer. By the time the story reached the great hall, it had become something heavier. The man of the cloth stood before the king. "My lord," he said, "it can no longer be set aside." The king's face was troubled. "She has given no cause." "She has given every cause," the man replied, still calm, still certain. "Silence where there should be truth, secrecy where there should be openness, work that is hidden and done apart from all others." The king looked away, and for the first time, he did not defend her. Eliza was brought forward. She stood in the great hall, the gathered court around her, the weight of their attention settling quietly upon her shoulders. The king looked at her. There was no anger in his gaze, only something heavier, something uncertain. "If there is truth, you would speak," he said gently. "Now is the time." Eliza met his eyes. She said nothing. She could not. The silence that followed was deeper than any that had come before. The decision was made, not in anger, not in haste, but in the slow, certain way that things are decided when doubt has settled too deeply to be undone. She would be condemned, not with cruelty, but with finality. Eliza was returned to her chamber, the door closed, and for the first time since she had begun, she was left entirely alone. No footsteps in the hall, no quiet movement beyond the door, only stillness and time, what little of it remained. She didn't weep, she didn't falter. She went to her work. The shirts lay before her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The 11th lay unfinished, the fibers still rough, the thread not yet complete. Her hands moved, faster now, but still steady, always steady. The sting had long since become something she no longer noticed. Only the work remained, only the promise. Morning came, soft, pale, unstoppable. She was led from her chamber. The air outside was cool, touched with the first light of day. The sky had begun to brighten, though the sun had not yet risen. The court gathered, not loudly, not cruelly, but with a quiet weight that filled the space. Eliza walked among them, calm, silent. Her hands held what she had made, 10 shirts, and one, still unfinished. She was brought forward, the moment held, still. And then, from above, a sound. Wings, at first faint, then nearer, then filling the air itself. The court looked upward. The sky seemed to move. White forms descended through the morning light. Swans. 11. Eliza did not hesitate. She stepped forward. One by one, she cast the shirts over them. The first, the second, the third. Each one fell into place. Each one broke the spell it touched. Forms shifted. Wings became arms. Feathers fell away. Her brothers stood again, restored, returned. The last swan descended. Eliza held the final shirt, not yet complete. For a single moment, she stilled. Then she placed it over him. The change came, but not fully. One arm remained a wing, white, unchanged, the youngest. The silence broke. Eliza drew breath, and at last she spoke. Her voice, when it came, was soft but clear. She told them everything. The forest, the curse, the work, the silence, the promise she had kept, the truth settled over the court slowly, but completely, until there was no doubt left. The king stepped forward. The weight in his gaze had changed. No longer uncertainty, no longer distance, only understanding, only sorrow for what had nearly been lost. In the days that followed, the story of what had been endured spread quietly through the kingdom, and what had once been doubt gave way to understanding. The king had seen her steadfastness, even in silence, asked Eliza to remain, not as a stranger within his halls, but as one who belonged there. And in time, without haste or display, she became his queen. It was not a change marked by celebration alone, but by a quiet settling of all that had once been certain. The place that had nearly cast her out now held her fully, and no voice within it could turn against her again. Her brothers remained near, no longer bound to the sky, their lives restored and steady beside her. And the world, which had once felt fragile and shifting, grew calm. Not perfect, but certain and safe. The morning light rose, the air softened, and the world which had held its breath seemed to at last release it. Eliza stood among those she loved, no longer alone, no longer silent. The work was finished, the promise kept, and there was peace. And now the castle grows quiet once more. The great halls once filled with voices and uncertainty settle into gentle stillness. The firelight softens along the stone walls, and the long corridors rest beneath the hush of the evening. Outside, the night has come softly over the fields and forests. The wind moves through the trees in a low, steady whisper, and the lake lies still beneath the moonlight, as though it too remembers what has passed. The wings that once crossed the sky each night are quiet now. The long work is finished. The shirts have been woven. The silence has been lifted. And the promise, held so carefully through every trial, has been kept. Somewhere beyond the castle walls, the forest remains as it always has, deep and watchful, holding its old paths and quiet secrets, but its shadows no longer feel uncertain. They simply are. And here, within the safety of the castle, a sister rests at last among her brothers, no longer bound by silence, no longer alone in her burden. The long nights have passed, the waiting has ended, and all that was once fragile has settled into something steady and sure. The candles burn low, the air grows still, and the whole kingdom drifts gently toward rest. So now, let the story grow quiet and fade into the night. Sleep now. You are safe. You are loved. You have been listening to Nicki Cozy Stories, written and created by Nicole T. Woodard. May your dreams be gentle and your sleep be deep. Tonight's story is called Rumpelstiltskin, an old fairy tale from a time when spinning wheels hummed beside candlelight late into the night. So settle in and let the story begin. In the old days, long before cloth came easily from distant mills, thread was born slowly, one patient strand at a time. In cottages and farmhouses, in lofts above bakeries, in narrow chambers tucked beneath old beams, spinning wheels turned through the evening hours with their soft, steady hum. Baskets of flax stood near the hearth. Skeins of wool waited in the half-light. Women worked by candle flame until their eyes grew tired. And they still worked, for linen and wool did not make themselves, and winter was always waiting somewhere beyond the fields. It was quiet work, and often lonely. Because of that, people said curious things about spinning rooms. They said that when a wheel turned late into the night, and the house had gone still, the unseen world sometimes drifted closer. A room lit by one candle and the glow of a low fire seemed to belong not only to the one who sat there, but to older things as well, to whispers, to bargains, to watchers just beyond the circle of light. Whether such things were true, no one could say for certain. But it is true that, on a winter evening long ago, in a small mill house near the edge of the dark wood, a miller's daughter sat beside a spinning wheel while the wind moved around the walls like a restless hand. The room was modest, though well kept. A low fire burned in the hearth. A candle stood on the rough wooden table, its flame leaning each time a draft found its way through the old stone. There were baskets near her feet, one with wool, one with mending, and one nearly empty but for a few pale tufts left behind from the day's work. Against one wall stood sacks of grain waiting for the morning, and above her the timbers gave their occasional creak, familiar as breath. The girl spun quietly. She was not idle, and she was not dreamy in a careless way that some village girls were said to be. Her thoughts moved gently, but they moved with purpose, and her hands knew her work well. She drew the fibers out with even care, guiding them into the thread while the wheel answered its low, murmuring song. It was a sort of sound one stopped hearing after a while, until it seemed to join the fire, the wind, and the turning of dark itself. Now and then she lifted her eyes to the window. The panes were dim with frost at the corners. Beyond them lay only the black shape of winter fields, and farther still, the tree line of the forest. The moon was hidden behind the clouds. Somewhere outside, the mill wheel groaned once in the cold, and fell silent again. It had grown late. Her father had not yet returned from town. That, more than the hour, had begun to trouble her. He was not a cruel man, nor even a hard one, but he was a man too eager for notice, too pleased when others listened, and too ready to speak grandly when modest truth would have served him better. He had seen it before at market, at feast days, in the company of men who carried themselves as if importance might be caught like a fever. It always left a faint unease behind, like smoke in a room after the fire had gone out. She set aside the spindle for a moment and fed another small piece of wood to the fire. The flame brightened, painting the walls in gold and shadow. Her own shadow rose behind her, long and wavering, then settled again. For a little while she listened, not to the wheel now, but to the hush between sounds. Then, at last, she heard footsteps. Not one pair, several. Her hand stilled. A moment later the door opened and her father entered, with snow caught along the hem of his coat and a strained, unnatural brightness in his face. Behind him, filling the doorway with cold air and torchlight, stood two of the king's men. For one suspended moment, no one spoke. The girl rose slowly from her stool, She looked first at the soldiers, then at her father. He could not meet her eyes for long. He removed his cap, turned it once in his hands, and gave the sort of smile people wear when they've already done something they cannot undo. "My daughter," he said too quickly, "you must come with us to the castle." The room seemed to grow smaller around her. She did not ask why at once, because some part of her already knew that whatever had been said in town had now traveled farther than the words should have ever gone. She saw it in her father's face, in his shame, in his foolish pride, in the fear already beginning to rise beneath both. "What have you told them?" she asked, and her voice was quiet enough that the fire's soft crackling nearly swallowed it. Her father swallowed too. Then, with the king's men standing silent in the open door, the winter wind curling at their boots, he answered. "I told the king," he said, "that you can spin straw into gold." The candle gave a small, unsteady flicker. And in that instant, with the wind at the threshold and the torchlight burning against the snow beyond, the girl understood that her life, which had been ordinary a moment before, had just been carried into the hands of people far more dangerous than hunger or winter. She reached for her cloak. Without another word, she went. The road to the castle was hard with frost, and the sound of the horses' hooves rose sharply in the winter dark. Elsa rode in silence between the king's men, her cloak wrapped tightly around her shoulders, though the cold still found its way through the wool. Behind her, the familiar shape of the mill house had already faded into the night. The fields lay pale beneath a thin wash of moonlight, and beyond them, the forest stood like a dark border at the edge of the world, motionless and deep. She didn't turn to look back again. There was nothing in that small house that could help her now. Her father had spoken very little after they set out. Once or twice she heard him clear his throat, as though he meant to say something. Some hurried reassurance, perhaps, but no words came. Elsa didn't ask for any. The lie he had told had already passed beyond apology. It now belonged to a king. As they rode, she tried to think plainly, the way she always did when worry threatened to scatter her thoughts. Perhaps the king meant only to question her. Perhaps he would see the foolishness of the claim once he heard her speak. Perhaps the whole matter would dissolve in embarrassment and she would return home before morning. But as the castle rose before them, bright with torchlight against the winter sky, that hope began to fade. The castle was grand indeed. It stood above the town on a height of stone, its outer walls silvered with frost, its many windows glowing warm gold in the darkness. Torches burned beside the gates. High roofs climbed one above another, and narrow towers stood at the corners like silent watchers. It was beautiful in the way some things are beautiful, only from a distance. Inside, it was warmer, but not kinder. The great hall they entered stretched high above their heads. Firelight moved across tall pillars of stone. Heavy tapestries hung along the walls, woven with hunts and battles and crowned figures whose still faces seemed to observe everything that passed below them. Servants moved quietly along the edges of the room. Guards stood beside the doors, unmoving as statues. Every sound echoed. Even the air felt different here, thick with smoke and wax and polished wood, with none of the floor dust or wool or simple warmth of home. Elsa felt, more keenly than ever, how small a single life could seem beneath such a roof. The king did not keep them waiting long. He entered through a side archway with the easy confidence of a man accustomed to being obeyed. He wore dark velvet lined with fur, and rings glimmered faintly when he lifted his hand. His face was not unkind at first glance, yet there was a sharp brightness in his eyes that made Elsa think of someone who liked the sound of promises, especially promises that might lead to wealth. "So," the king said, looking at her with open curiosity. "This is the daughter." Her father bowed quickly. "Yes, Your Majesty. This is my daughter Elsa." The king studied her for a moment. "I am told," he said, "that you possess a remarkable skill." Elsa lifted her gaze carefully. "Your Majesty, I spin wool and flax, as many women do." "But straw into gold?" he asked lightly. Elsa hesitated only a moment. "No one can do such a thing." Behind her, she felt her father stiffen. The king's expression changed very little. If anything, he seemed faintly amused. "Your father spoke with great confidence." "My father spoke unwisely," Elsa said quietly. A few of the nearby servants lowered their eyes. No one else spoke. For a moment, Elsa wondered if perhaps the king would laugh and dismiss this matter entirely. But the small smile that appeared on his face held something else in it, something thoughtful and calculating. "There is an easy way to learn the truth of such claims." He turned and gestured toward the staircase. Elsa followed because there was nothing else to do. They climbed upward through the quieter parts of the castle, where the torches burned lower and fewer servants passed. The tapestries disappeared. The corridors narrowed. The air grew still and faintly cold again. At the end of a long passage stood a heavy door, banded with iron. The king himself opened it. The chamber beyond was lit by several candles, and the last dim of a glowing fire in the hearth. At first Elsa saw only high stone walls and narrow windows set deep within them. Then she saw the straw. It filled the room in pale heaps, stacked along the walls and spilling across the floor in dry, rustling drifts. In some places, it rose nearly to her shoulders. Beside it stood a spinning wheel and a distaff, placed neatly near the low stool, as though someone had carefully prepared the scene for work that they had not yet begun. The smell of dry straw filled the air. The king stepped aside. "Well then," he said almost pleasantly, "here is your opportunity." Elsa looked at the straw, and then at the silent spinning wheel. She knew that wheel well. It was the same sort used in every village across the countryside. It could turn wool into thread, flax into linen, but nothing more. She turned slowly back to the king. "No one can spin straw into gold." The king regarded her calmly. "By morning," he replied, "this straw must be spun into gold." The words were spoken as evenly as if he had been discussing the weather. Elsa felt a coldness pass through her. "And if it is not?" The king watched her for a moment in the candlelight. "Then I will know," he said quietly, "that I have been deceived." He did not say what would follow. He didn't need to. Behind her, her father shifted uneasily. Elsa turned slightly, hoping perhaps against reason that he might finally speak the truth aloud and put an end to the lie that he had begun. But he said nothing, and the king nodded to the guards. Elsa was guided into the chamber. The heavy door closed behind her. A moment later she heard the key turn in the lock. For a while she stood very still. The candle flames wavered softly in their holders. The straw rustled faintly whenever the air stirred. The spinning wheel waited in silence beside the stool. Beyond the narrow window, the winter wind moved across the high walls of the castle. Slowly, Elsa crossed the room and sat beside the wheel. She touched it lightly. The wood was smooth from years of use, though never for work like this. Straw could be twisted, broken, burned, but spun into gold? The thought was impossible. At last the fear that she had held back during the long ride rose within her. She lowered her head and wept quietly. The chamber remained silent except for the soft crackle of dying fire. After a time, Elsa lifted her eyes again. Something in the room had changed. The candle beside the door flickered, though no wind had touched it. The shadows along the wall seemed deeper than before. And then a small voice spoke from the darkness. "Good evening," it said softly. "What troubles you so?" Elsa, startled, turned toward the voice. For a moment, she thought the shadows themselves had spoken. The chamber was still lit, only by the wavering candles and the dull red glow of the hearth. The straw lay pale and quiet in its heaps. The spinning wheel waited exactly where it had before. And yet someone else was in the room. Near the far side of the chamber, where the candlelight thinned and the shadows gathered more thickly along the wall, stood a small figure she had not yet seen before. He was no taller than a child, though he didn't move like one. His shoulders were narrow, and he wore a curious coat of dark green cloth that seemed almost too fine for so strange a visitor. His shoes were pointed. His hair, what little of it showed beneath a small cap, shone pale in the dim light like frost caught on grass. But it was his eyes that held her attention. They were bright and knowing, as if the world had already shown him many things, and none of them had surprised him for very long. Elsa rose slowly from the spinning wheel. "How did you come in here?" she asked. The little man tilted his head slightly, as though the question amused him. "Oh," he said, glancing briefly toward the locked door. "Doors and walls trouble some people more than they trouble others." His voice was quiet and pleasant, almost conversational, yet something about it made Elsa uneasy. It was the voice of someone who had been listening long before he had spoken. "You were crying," he continued gently, "and this room smells strongly of fear. That is often how I find my way to places like this." Elsa felt the truth of that statement settle over the chamber like a second shadow. "Who are you?" she asked. The little man gave a small shrug. "Names are curious things," he said. "Sometimes it's better not to offer them too quickly." He stepped forward then, lightly as though the straw beneath his feet weighed nothing at all. The candlelight caught him more clearly now. His coat was finely stitched, though very old in its style, and the silver buttons along the front gleamed faintly. He glanced around the room. "A great deal of straw," he observed. Elsa folded her arms tightly. "The king believes I can spin it into gold," she said. "And if it's not done by morning—" She didn't finish the sentence. The little man nodded slowly, as though he already understood the ending that she had left unspoken. "Aye," he said, "a promise made by someone else. Those are often the most troublesome kind." Elsa looked at him sharply. "You know about promises?" "My dear," the little man replied softly, "promises are the oldest work of the world." He walked toward the spinning wheel and touched it lightly, setting it, turning it just a little. The wood hummed faintly before settling again. Then he turned back to her. "What would you give," he asked, "if someone could spin the straw into gold for you?" The question hung in the air. Elsa felt the weight of it at once. Nothing in his tone suggested kindness, yet neither did he sound cruel. It was simply a question asked by someone who understood the value of things. She hesitated. "You cannot do such a thing," she said. The little man smiled faintly. "You would be surprised at what can be done when the night is long and the bargain is fair." He glanced again at the tall heaps of straw. "It would be unfortunate," he added thoughtfully, "if all this remained straw by morning." Elsa's gaze drifted toward the locked door. The king's words returned to her. "Then I will know I have been deceived." She knew well enough what kings did to those who deceived them. Slowly, she lifted her hand to the chain around her neck. It was a simple thing, a small gold necklace her mother had once worn before the illness had taken her years ago. Elsa had kept it always, not for its worth, but for its memory. She held it in her palm. "If you could truly do what you say, would this be payment enough?" The little man's eyes brightened at once. "Aye," he said approvingly. Gold for gold, a sensible beginning. He reached out his hand. Elsa hesitated only a moment longer. Then she placed the necklace in his palm. The little man turned it once in the candlelight, admiring the small gleam of it, before slipping it neatly into his coat. "Very well," he said cheerfully. "Let us begin." He seated himself at the spinning wheel, as though he had known it all his life. His small hands moved with surprising certainty. He gathered a bundle of straw, twisted it lightly between his fingers, and set the wheel into motion. The wheel began to hum. At first Elsa saw only the straw passing through his hands. Then she saw the thread. It gleamed faintly into the candlelight. Not pale like straw. Gold. Real gold. Elsa took a step closer. The thread wound on the spindle in smooth, shining lines, bright as sunlight trapped in metal. The little man worked quickly, the wheel turning faster now, its quiet hum filling the chambers. Straw after straw passing through his fingers. Each one became gold. The fire sank lower in the hearth. The candles burned shorter. Outside the window, the night deepened and slowly began to fade again toward morning. Still, the little man spun. At last, the final bundle of straw was gone. The room was quiet once more. Before them stood not heaps of dry straw, but neat, shining coils of golden thread stacked carefully beside the wheel. The little man rose lightly from the stool and brushed a few loose strands from his coat. "There," he said with satisfaction. Elsa stared at the gold in disbelief. "You truly did it," she whispered. The little man gave a small bow. "A bargain properly made," he said, "is a powerful thing." He moved toward the shadowed corner where he had first appeared. Before stepping fully into the darkness, he looked back at her. "I suspect," he said thoughtfully, "that the king will be pleased." His smile widened just a little. "And kings who are pleased often ask for more." The candle's flames flickered. The shadows shifted. And then he was gone. Morning arrived quietly. A pale winter light crept through the narrow window, high in the stone wall. Soft and colorless at first, then slowly brightening the chamber where Elsa had passed the long night. The fire had burned down to a bed of gray ash. The candles had nearly melted to their holders. But the gold remained. It lay coiled neatly beside the spinning wheel, shining even in the faint daylight. Elsa had not slept. She sat on the low stool with her hands folded in her lap, watching the gold as though it might vanish if she looked away too long. She had turned over the events of the night again and again in her mind. The little man, the spinning wheel humming in the darkness, the straw becoming gold beneath his hands. Each time she tried to explain it to herself, reason slipped away like mist. At last she heard footsteps in the corridor. A key turned. The heavy door opened. The king stepped inside. For a moment, he said nothing. His gaze traveled across the room, the empty straw heaps, the spinning wheel, the coils of golden thread lying in quiet abundance on the floor. A smile spread across his face, slow and unmistakable. "Well," he said at last. Elsa rose from the stool but did not speak. The king bent to lift one of the shining skeins. He weighed it in his hand, letting the light from the window strike the gold. "Remarkable," he murmured. He looked at Elsa again, and the brightness in his eyes had grown sharper than before. "I see your father spoke more wisely than you believed." Elsa did not answer. Something in the king's manner made her uneasy. The satisfaction in his voice was not the relief she had hoped for. It was something hungrier. He walked slowly around the room, studying the gold as though measuring it in his thoughts. Then he stopped. "You must come with me," he said. Elsa felt the quiet hope she had carried through the long night begin to dissolve. "Your Majesty," she said cautiously, "the gold is there, As you asked. Yes, the king replied pleasantly. And it is most impressive. He gestured toward the door. But one chamber is not enough to satisfy a curious mind. They led her once more through the high corridors of the castle. The morning light now filled the windows, turning the frost along the glass into pale silver patterns. Servants had begun their work. Fires burned brighter in the hearths. Yet none of the life of the castle touched Elsa. She felt as though she walked within a narrow path laid out for her, long before she arrived. At the top of another stair, they came to a second door. When it opened, Elsa's breath caught. This chamber was even larger than the first. Straw filled it from wall to wall. Great pale drifts piled nearly to the height of a tall man's shoulder. Several spinning wheels stood waiting in the middle of the room, their polished wood gleaming faintly in the daylight. The sight of it made Elsa's stomach tighten. The king watched her carefully. "All this straw," he said thoughtfully, "must be spun into gold before morning." Elsa turned to him. "That cannot be done." The king's expression remained mild. "You accomplished it once already." "I did not," she said. The words came before she could soften them. For a moment, the room was silent. The king studied her face with a curious expression. "You are modest," he said at last. Then he stepped aside. "You may begin your work when you wish." The guards guided her into the chamber. Once again, the door closed. Once again, the key turned. Elsa stood among the towering heaps of straw and felt the same heavy stillness settle over the room. The spinning wheels waited. The straw rustled faintly when she moved. She walked slowly to the nearest stool and sat down. For a long time, she simply looked at the straw. The gold from the first chamber had not saved her. It had only shown the king that more gold might be made. And the little man? She did not know whether he would return. The memory of his voice lingered in the room as clearly as if he had spoken only moments before. A bargain properly made is a powerful thing. Elsa folded her hands together. The hours passed slowly. The light faded from the window. Evening gathered along the stone walls. One by one, the candles burned lower. At last, the chamber grew quiet enough that she could hear only the small sounds of the night brushing against the castle towers. Elsa lowered her head. "If you were there," she said softly into the empty room, "I have nothing left to give." The fire in the hearth gave a faint settling sound. For a moment, nothing else happened. Then a familiar voice answered from the shadows. "Nothing?" Elsa lifted her head quickly. The little man stood beside the far wall, just as he had the night before, his small figure half hidden in the flickering light. He looked around the room with mild approval. "My," he said thoughtfully, "that is quite a great deal of straw." Elsa rose slowly from the stool. For a moment, she felt a strange relief simply seeing him again, though she did not fully understand why. The room had felt larger and far more silent when she waited alone. Now, the stillness seemed to settle around the two of them, like a familiar thing. "You have come back," she said quietly. The little man gave a small shrug. "You sounded rather certain that you needed help." He stepped lightly through the straw, his pointed shoes making almost no sound. When he reached the spinning wheel, he ran his fingers along the smooth wooden rim as if greeting an old friend. "The king was pleased with gold last night, I imagine." Elsa nodded. "He was." "And so," the little man said, glancing around the chambers again, "he would like more." "Yes." The word came out softer than she intended. The little man tilted his head and studied her. "You seem less surprised tonight." "I understand the king now," Elsa replied. "Aye," he said. "That is a useful thing to understand." He picked up a bundle of straw and let it fall again between his fingers. Kings who discover gold rarely stop with one room. Elsa's hands tightened slightly. I thought perhaps, she said slowly, that he would see the gold and be satisfied. The little man gave a quiet, knowing laugh. Satisfaction is a rare visitor in royal houses. He turned toward her again. And so, we return to our question. His bright eyes gleamed faintly in the candlelight. What would he give me this time? Elsa hesitated. The necklace was gone. It had been a painful thing to part with, but at least it had only been an object, something small, something that belonged to the past. Now she searched herself for anything else of value. At last, she slipped a ring from her finger. It was a simple band of gold, worn smooth from years of use. Her father had given it to her when she was first beginning to help him manage the mill accounts. His quiet way of acknowledging that she had become more than a child in his household. She held it in her palm for a moment before speaking. This is all I have left with me, she said. The little man stepped closer. May I see? Elsa placed the ring in his outreached hand. He examined it carefully, turning it so the candlelight glinted along the worn edges. His smile returned. Aye, he said at last. This will do nicely. He slipped the ring into the pocket of his coat. A fair bargain. Then, with the easy confidence of someone repeating a familiar task, he seated himself at the spinning wheel. Now, he said, gathering the first bundle of straw, let us see what can be done. The wheel began to turn. Its low hum filled the chamber at once. Elsa watched closely this time. She could not help herself. The mystery of the transformation held her attention as strongly as the night before. The little man's hands moved quickly and skillfully. He twisted the dry straw between his fingers, guiding it toward the wheel. The fibers caught the motion and drew it out into a thread, but not the dull, brittle thread she would have expected. Instead, the strand gleamed, gold, bright, living gold that caught the candlelight and shone like captured sunlight. Again and again he worked. Straw entered his hands, gold emerged. The wheel spun faster now, its steady rhythm filling the chamber like a quiet ticking of time itself. The straw heaps slowly sank lower as the shining coils of thread gathered beside the wheel. Elsa felt both wonder and unease as she watched. The little man seemed tireless. His movements were light and precise, almost graceful. Yet there was something unsettling in the ease in which he accomplished what should have been impossible. Outside the narrow window, the night deepened. The fire burned low again. One by one, the straw piles disappeared. At last, the final bundle was gone. The chamber stood quiet once more. Where straw had once filled the room, neat stacks of golden thread now gleamed in the candlelight. The little man rose from the stool and dusted his hands together lightly. There, he said with satisfaction. Elsa looked around the chamber in disbelief. The king would find this room just as he had found the first, filled with gold. For a moment she allowed herself to breathe. The little man watched her thoughtfully. I imagine, he said, that the king will be even more pleased tomorrow. Elsa's relief faded almost at once. Yes, she said softly. And kings who are pleased, the little man continued, often become curious. Elsa looked at him. You think he will ask again? The little man's smile was small and knowing. I think, he said, that this castle holds many empty rooms. He stepped backward into the deeper shadows near the wall. Before he vanished completely, he spoke once more. If that happens, he said quietly, we may yet have more business together. The candle flames flickered. The shadows shifted. And once again, the little man was gone. Morning came again, pale and cold beyond the narrow window. Elsa had not moved far from the spinning mill when the key turned in the door. The king entered with the same quiet confidence as before, though this time his steps slowed, almost at once. The chamber gleamed. where heaps of straw had stood the night before, coils of golden thread now rested neat and shining stacks along the walls. The king stared. For a moment he said nothing at all. Then a low sound escaped him. Something between a laugh and a breath of astonishment. "Extraordinary," he murmured. He lifted one of the skeins and held it toward the window, watching how the weak winter sunlight caught the metal thread. The gold shone with steady brightness, unmistakable and pure. When he turned back to Elsa, the curiosity in his face had deepened into something more intense. "You have done it again." Elsa lowered her gaze. The king paced slowly through the room, examining the gold, as though measuring its worth in his thoughts. At last, he stopped. "You must come with me," he said. Elsa felt her heart sink. "Your Majesty," she began carefully, "the task you set has been completed." "Yes," the king replied. "And very well." He gestured toward the door. "But there is one more matter I would see settled." They climbed higher this time, farther into the quiet upper reaches of the castle, where fewer torches burned and the air felt colder. At the end of a narrow corridor stood another iron-banded door. When it opened, Elsa knew at once what she would find. The chamber was the largest yet. Straw filled it in towering heaps that brushed the lower beams of the ceiling. The pale stalks lay everywhere, along the walls, across the floor, spilling toward the center stage where a single spinning wheel waited beside a low wooden stool. The king spread his hands slightly. "All this," he said calmly, "must be spun into gold before morning." Elsa did not bother to protest this time. She simply stood looking at the straw, feeling the same heavy stillness settled over her as before. "If you succeed," the king added thoughtfully, "I may find it worthwhile to reward such remarkable talent." Elsa didn't know what sort of reward he meant. The guard stepped forward. The door closed. The key turned. For a long while, Elsa remained standing in the middle of the room. The piles of straw seemed endless. The spinning wheel waited silently beside the stool. Outside the window, the sky slowly darkened toward evening. At last, she sat down. Her hands rested loosely in her lap as she stared at the straw. The gold from the previous nights had done nothing to free her. Each success had only drawn the king deeper into his own curiosity. And the little man. He had come twice, but bargains, she suspected, rarely repeated themselves without growing heavier. The fire settled in the hearth with a faint sigh. The first candle flickered. Night gathered slowly around the stone walls, and Elsa closed her eyes. "If you were there," she said quietly into the dim chamber, "I believe you know why I call for you." For a moment, there was only silence. Then, the familiar voice answered from the shadows. "Oh, yes," the little man said softly. "I believe I do." Elsa opened her eyes. He stood near the window this time, where the last traces of twilight outlined his small figure against the stone. His coat of dark green cloth looked almost black in the fading light. He studied the towering heaps of straw with open interest. "Well," he said after a moment, "the king has grown ambitious." Elsa rose slowly. "There's more straw than before." "Yes," the little man agreed. "Quite a deal more." He walked toward the spinning wheel, brushing his fingers thoughtfully along the wooden rim. "And," he added lightly, "I suspect you have little left to offer in exchange." Elsa said nothing. The necklace was gone. The ring was gone. There was nothing else. The little man turned to face her. His bright eyes regarded her calmly, almost gently. "But that is not entirely true," he said. Elsa felt the quiet dread return. "What do you mean?" The little man folded his hands behind his back and began to walk slowly around the spinning wheel. "Consider your future," he said. "You are young, Your life may take many paths yet." Elsa did not like where his thoughts were leading. "You speak as though you already know the path." "Oh, no," he replied softly. "But I understand how kings think." He gestured toward the heaps of gold thread from the previous chambers, far below in the castle. "A king who sees such wealth appear from nothing will not easily forget the person who made it possible." Elsa's voice grew tight. "And what has that to do with me?" The little man stopped walking. "If the king remains pleased," he said slowly, "he may reward you in ways neither of you expect." Elsa felt a chill move throughout her. "You speak in riddles." The little man shook his head. "Only in possibilities." He met her gaze steadily. "Tell me, Elsa, if one day you were to become queen, what then?" She stared at him. "That is impossible." "Perhaps," he said lightly. "But if such a thing happened, you might one day have a child." The words hung heavily in the quiet chamber. Elsa's breath caught. "And if that child were promised to me," he finished calmly, "then tonight's straw could become gold." The silence that followed seemed to press against the walls. "That's a terrible bargain," Elsa whispered. The little man did not appear offended. "'Tis a bargain," he said simply. Elsa turned away, her thoughts racing. If she refused, the straw would remain straw. The king would know that she had deceived him. And kings, she suspected, did not show mercy to those who embarrassed them. But if she agreed, the promise lay somewhere in the distant future, beyond events that might never happen. Perhaps the king would lose interest. Perhaps she would never see the strange creature again. The room seemed to hold its breath. At last, Elsa spoke. "If I make such a promise," she said slowly, "you will spin all the straw tonight?" "Yes." "The king will be satisfied?" "Aye, for now." She closed her eyes for a moment. Fear had guided her the first night. It guided her still. At last she turned back to him. "If I should one day become queen," she said quietly, "and if I should have a child, then that child will be yours." The little man's smile returned. "I promise," he said. "Yes." He bowed slightly. "Then a bargain is made." He seated himself at the spinning wheel. The work began again. The wheel hummed through the long hours of night as straw passed through his quick hands and became shining gold thread. The towering heaps slowly disappeared, replaced by bright coils of metal that gleamed in the candlelight. At last the final bundle was gone. The chamber glittered with gold. The little man rose lightly from the stool. "A pleasure doing business," he said. Elsa watched him carefully. "What are you?" she asked quietly. He paused in the shadows. For a moment his bright eyes softened with something like distant amusement. "Someone," he said, "who understands promises." The candle flames flickered. The shadows deepened. And once again, he was gone. The king was more than pleased when he entered the third chamber that morning and saw the gold. More gold than any treasurer in the kingdom could have spun in a season. His astonishment gave quickly to satisfaction. For several long moments he walked among the shining coils, lifting them, weighing them, letting them fall again in bright loops that chimed softly against one another. At last, he turned to Elsa. "You have proven something remarkable," he said. Elsa didn't answer. She simply lowered her gaze and waited. The king studied her thoughtfully. Then he smiled. "There are many noble ladies in this kingdom," he said, "but few who can fill a castle with gold before sunrise." He paused as though considering the matter carefully. "And such talent should not remain in a mill house." Before the day was finished, the king announced that he would marry her. The court murmured with surprise. Some whispered that fortune had favored the miller's daughter beyond all reason. Others watched the piles of gold being carried away and nodded quietly to themselves. Elsa heard none of it clearly. She stood through the ceremony as though moving through a dream. The stone walls of the chapel rose high around her. Candlelight glowed along the long rows of benches. The king's voice sounded steady as he spoke the vows. When it was finished, she was no longer the miller's daughter. She was queen. The seasons passed. At first, Elsa believed the strange bargain she had made might fade like a troubling dream. Life within the castle filled her days with new duties and unfamiliar rhythms. There were councils to attend beside the king, petitions brought before the throne, guests welcomed at long evening tables where musicians played softly beneath the carved rafters. Her father came once to visit. He walked the great halls of the castle in awkward amazement, touching the stone walls as if to assure himself they were real. He spoke proudly of his daughter, the queen, though his eyes avoided hers whenever the memory of the old boast passed between them. Elsa did not remind him. Some regrets were already heavy enough. Time moved forward quietly. Winter softened into spring. The fields below the castle turned green again. Merchants arrived with wagons full of cloth, spices, and carved treasures from distant cities. The kingdom prospered under the king's careful rule. And still, the strange little man did not return. Little by little, Elsa allowed herself to hope that he never would. Years passed. Then one autumn morning, as the first leaves were turning gold along the forest edge, a child was born in the castle. The bells rang throughout the town below the hill. Servants hurried through the halls carrying news to every corner of the palace. Fires were lit in the kitchens, musicians gathered again in the great hall. The king was overjoyed. He walked beside the cradle again and again, marveling at the small, sleeping face of his daughter. Elsa watched him with quiet tenderness. For a few peaceful days she believed that happiness had finally settled over the castle like gentle sunlight. But promises, once spoken, rarely forget themselves. One evening, not long after the celebrations had ended, Elsa sat alone in her chamber beside the child's cradle. A small fire burned softly in the hearth. The window was open just enough to let in the cool night air. The baby slept peacefully. Elsa rested her hand lightly on the cradle's edge and listened to the slow rhythm of her breathing. It had been so long. Perhaps the little man had forgotten. Perhaps whatever strange world he came from had drawn him elsewhere. Perhaps a soft voice spoke behind her. "Good evening, Your Majesty." Elsa felt the air leave her lungs. Slowly, she turned. The little man stood near the far wall, just beyond the reach of the firelight. He looked exactly the same small figure, the same green coat, the same bright eyes that seemed far too old for such a small face. He gave a polite bow. "I trust you remember our bargain." The words fell gently in the quiet room. Elsa rose slowly. For a moment she couldn't speak. At last she managed to whisper. "You came." The little man tilted his head. "Of course," he said softly. "Promises are patient things." His gaze drifted toward the cradle. "And I believe," he added, "that the time has come for you to keep yours." Elsa felt the room grow colder. The little man stood quietly near the wall, as though he had merely come to continue a conversation left unfinished for a short while, rather than for years. Her hand moved instinctively to the cradle. "No," she said softly. The little man's expression did not change. "You gave your word." Elsa shook her head, her voice trembling despite her effort to keep it steady. "I spoke in fear. I didn't understand what I was promising." The little man regarded her calmly. "Fear often sharpens the truth of a promise," he said. Elsa stepped between him and the cradle. "You cannot take her." The little man sighed faintly, as though the situation had grown inconvenient. "My dear queen," he said, "I have already done the work I promised. 3 nights of it. The gold still lies in the king's vaults." His bright eyes lifted to meet hers. "And a bargain properly cannot simply be forgotten." Elsa felt despair rising within her. She thought of the silent spinning wheel in the tower, of the gold thread piling higher and higher beneath the candlelight, of the terrible promise she had spoken to save her own life. "Please," she whispered. The little man studied her for a long moment. At last he spoke again. "You weep more sweetly than most queens," he said thoughtfully. Elsa did not care how she appeared. She knelt beside the cradle, her hand resting gently against the child's blanket. "I will give you gold," she said quickly, "more gold than you carried away from those rooms. The king would gladly fill 10 chests for you." The little man shook his head. "Gold is plentiful in his castle now." "Jewels, then? Land? Anything?" "None of those things interest me." Elsa looked at him helplessly. "What do you want?" The little man seemed to consider her question carefully. At last, he gave a small smile. "Very well," he said. "Because you asked so earnestly, I will offer you one final chance." Hope flickered faintly in Elsa's chest. "What chance?" The little man walked slowly around the room, his footsteps soundless on the stone floor. "In the old stories," he said, "names are powerful things." Elsa listened carefully. "To know a person's true name," he continued, "is to understand something of their nature." He stopped beside the cradle and looked down at the sleeping child. "And sometimes," he added quietly, "to hold power over them." Elsa held her breath. The little man turned back to her. "I will give you 3 days," he said. "If before the 3rd night ends you can discover my true name and speak it to me aloud, then you may keep your daughter." Elsa stared at him. "And if I cannot?" The little man smiled return. "Then the bargain stands." He stepped back into the deeper shadows near the door. 3 days, he repeated. Then he was gone. The chamber fell silent again. Elsa remained kneeling beside the cradle long after the candle had burned low. At dawn, she summoned the king. He listened to her story in grave silence. When she finished, he paced the length of the chamber with troubled steps. "At least he has given us a chance," the king said at last. Elsa was not comforted. "What if we can't find his name?" The king stopped. "Then we must search harder." That very morning, riders left the castle gates in every direction. They traveled across the kingdom and beyond, stopping in villages, market towns, and remote farms where the oldest people still remembered curious names passed down through generations. Each night they returned to the castle with long lists. Elsa sat beside the cradle and tried them one by one. "Is your name Conrad?" she asked the first night. The little man appeared from the shadows and shook his head. "No." "Perhaps Mattias?" Again he smiled. "No." "Sebastian? Leopold? Friedrich?" Each name was wrong. By the end of the first night, Elsa's voice had grown faint with exhaustion. The little man simply bowed politely and disappeared again. The second day, the riders traveled even farther. They searched the deep valleys near the mountains and the far villages beyond the forest. They spoke with shepherds, woodcutters, and wandering traders who had crossed many strange lands. That evening, Elsa tried again. "Is your name Balthasar?" "No." "Albrecht?" "No." "Perhaps Rupert?" The little man chuckled softly. "You grow closer to interesting guesses," he said, "but still not close enough." He vanished before dawn. The third day arrived. The castle had grown tense with quiet worry. Even the servants spoke in hushed voices as they carried their work through the halls. Elsa remained beside the cradle, waiting for the riders to return. The sun was already sinking when the final messenger galloped through the castle gates. His horse was lathered with foam from the long ride. The man himself could scarcely catch his breath. But when he reached the great hall, he bowed quickly and said, "Your Majesty, I believe I've heard the name you seek." The great hall had grown quiet by the time the messenger finished speaking. Elsa stood beside the long table where the king and his council had gathered. The man who had ridden so hard from the forest still leaned forward, one hand braced against the wood as he struggled to steady his breathing. "Tell us," the king said. The messenger nodded quickly. I had ridden far beyond the villages, near the river, he began. The road there runs close to the old forest. I had not heard any unusual names all day, and evening was already falling. He paused before continuing. As I passed the edge of the woods, I noticed a narrow path I had never seen before. It wound between the trees and it disappeared in the shadows. I might have ridden past it, but I saw a glow deeper within the forest. A fire? Elsa said quietly. Yes, Your Majesty, the messenger replied. A small one. He lifted his head. I followed the light. The hall seemed to grow stiller as he spoke. The path led to a clearing hidden deep among the trees, and there, beside the fire, I saw a strange little figure dancing. Elsa felt her breath catch. The messenger continued. He leapt and spun around in the flames, clapping his hands and laughing to himself as he danced and he sang. What did he sing? The king asked. The messenger glanced toward Elsa. These were his words. Tonight I brew, tomorrow I bake. Soon the queen's own child I'll take. No one knows the truth I spin. My name is Rumpelstiltskin. Silence settled across the hall. Elsa felt the name echo quietly in her thoughts. Rumpelstiltskin. The strange sound of it felt unfamiliar and inevitable at once, as though the name had always existed somewhere beyond the edge of memory, waiting to be discovered. The king straightened slowly. Are you certain this is what you heard? Yes, Your Majesty, the messenger said firmly. Elsa lowered her eyes. At last, she thought. A path had appeared where there had been none. That evening, she returned to her chamber and sat beside the cradle as the last light of day faded beyond the castle windows. Her daughter slept peacefully beneath the soft wool blankets, unaware of the promise that had been made before she was ever born. Elsa brushed a gentle hand across the child's hair. It will be over soon, she whispered. Night fell quietly over the castle. The fire in the hearth burned low. The candles flickered softly against the stone walls. And just as he had on the nights before, the little man appeared in the shadows. Good evening, Your Majesty, he said politely. Elsa rose slowly. Good evening. The little man looked pleased. You've had your 3 days, he said. I have. Then tell me, he continued with quiet confidence. What is my name? Elsa pretended to consider the question carefully. Is your name Conrad? The little man smiled. Nah. Perhaps Matthias? Nah. Elsa tilted her head slightly. Then maybe Leopold? The little man chuckled softly. You grow closer to the sound of it, he said. But not close enough. Elsa let a small silence pass. Then she spoke again. Could it be Rumpelstiltskin? For a moment, he simply stared at her, as though the name itself had taken the strength from him. You have learned it, he said quietly. Elsa said nothing. In the old stories, knowing a true name was no small thing. A name carried the shape of someone's nature. When it was spoken aloud, certain bargains could no longer hold. Rumpelstiltskin looked once toward the cradle, where the child slept peacefully beside the fire. Then he gave a small, almost thoughtful nod. A clever queen, he said softly. The bargain is ended. The candle flames flickered. The shadows shifted along the stone walls. And the strange little man, who knew the secrets of straw and gold, slipped quietly back into the darkness from which he'd come. Elsa remained standing for a moment, listening to the stillness. Then she crossed the room and lifted her daughter gently from the cradle. Outside the window, the night lay calm across the kingdom, and the wind moved softly through the distant forest. The old promise had been spoken, and the old promise had been broken. At last, the castle could rest, and now the castle grows quiet once more. The fires burn low in the hearths, and the long halls of the stones settle in the gentle stillness of night. Outside, the windows, the wind moves softly through the trees beyond the fields, carrying the quiet sounds of the sleeping kingdom. The spinning wheels are silent now. The straw has long since become gold, and the strange bargain that once hung over the castle has finally unraveled, thread by thread, as old promises sometimes do. Somewhere beyond the forest, in places where the old stories still wander, the little man who knew the secrets of straw and gold has disappeared once again into the deeper shadows of the world. And here, in the quiet chamber high in the castle tower, a mother holds her child close, knowing that the long and troubled nights have finally come to their end. The candles burn low. The wind softens, and the whole kingdom drifts gently toward rest. So now, let the story grow quiet and fade into the night. Sleep now. You are safe, and you are loved. You have been listening to Nicki Cozy Stories, written by Nicole T. Woodard. May your dreams be gentle, and your sleep be deep.